Hello. How's everyone doing this afternoon? We are live. All right. So I want to say thank you to everyone so much for showing up, of course, and for subscribing. This is the celebration live scream, the celebration live scream for hitting 5,000 subscribers, which is kind of a mind-blowing number. And it feels a little silly to be doing the 5,000 subscriber live stream because we hit that like 2 days ago, and then the patch notes video that I posted yesterday actually kind of blew up. So we're almost at 5,500 already as of today. Hey! Welcome, everyone. So I think the plan for today, I don't really have like a specific plan of action or anything, but of course I'm very excited to check out Honor Mode. I haven't tried it yet, so we're going to do that, and we'll just jump right into that, and then I'll probably do some Brotato Endless Mode later on, because people have asked to see that, and then might check out a couple indie games that I've had my eye on, you know, just wherever the mood takes me. Thank you so much, Sean. Yeah, let's do the Honor Mode thing. Alright, so I want to put this to the chat as to what character class we should be playing. I'm pretty open. I think the plan is to use this save file for videos. Like, I'll showcase boss fights later on, although I probably won't stream the entire playthrough, just because typically playthroughs don't do super hot on YouTube. Generally, once you get to like the 4th or 5th episode, it will stop recommending it to people. So I think the plan is I will be doing this playthrough, but I will put up videos of the boss fights so that everyone can see sort of how Honor Mode boss fights go. What character we pick, I think I'm very interested into what people have opinions on. I'm thinking probably something that will have a decent charisma score, just because I like that. So I'm thinking, and I did my main playthrough that I've done so far was with a bard, so I do love bards and might do another one anyways, but I'm also considering a warlock or a sorcerer. Yeah, I mean, I wish full playthroughs worked better in terms of like video numbers, but the problem is that as you get further on into the episodes, the viewer numbers just drop so much, and then when people stop watching it, YouTube stops recommending it, so it creates a sort of death spiral for the series. And one thing that you'll see in like a lot of really you know, the people who do this professionally or whatever, they typically don't do long playthrough series of single-player games anymore, just because it doesn't work super well for the numbers, which I don't like. You know, I wish it did. Alright, we will not reset tutorials. So I guess one first question I have is, are we playing a Dark Urge? Because I have not actually done a Dark Urge playthrough. At least, not for too many levels. I did a few levels just to kind of see what was what. But if I'm using this to showcase boss fights and sort of show off Honor Mode to people, then the Dark Urge gets some combat options that aren't available to other characters, so it can kind of mess things up. I think, though, that we're going to do Dark Urge for this run, just because that sounds fun, and I haven't done one yet, and I can always just not use the cloak or whatever. For our character class, this is what we need to decide. So, I'm leaning right now towards Warlock. I think that will be a solid basis. And of course, as far as I know in heroic mode, you can still just respec, so we can always change our character later. One thing that I'm a little concerned about is getting out of the early levels before you have access to respecs. For which we're going to need to take something like this. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to start the game as a Warlock, Dark Urge Warlock, and we're going to continue, and I might respec into something else. So for our race, if we're playing a Warlock as our basic character class, maybe we'll end up as a Bardlock later on, maybe we'll end up as a Paladin Warlock later on. We'll kind of have to play this one organically. I think one of the things that like people miss sometimes when they're experiencing this type of game is that it's fun to let your build evolve organically, and especially in this game that lets you respec so freely, I like to keep my options pretty open. For character race, I think there are 3 main choices that work well for Warlock. There's Drow or Half-Drow. There's Gnome, and there's Dwergar. So probably, let's go with a Half-Drow, because you get access to additional darkness, and this is good. It also doesn't pigeonhole you into a specific combat style. Which is something that I want if I'm showing off these battles, right? Because if you're playing Dwergar, you're playing basically a different game than everybody else. So a Drow half-elf gets to play with shields, which is really important for Warlocks. The light armor, of course, you already get light armor proficiency, but getting extra shield proficiency as a Warlock, especially because I think we're going to want to be a ranged Warlock. And if you're interested in what build I kind of have in mind, the Blaster Warlock build that I posted for Will a while back is probably a pretty close guideline to what we're going to end up going with this build. Let's go with... do some randomizing, I think. That's some funny hair. I kind of like the idea of being an old Warlock, like, with white hair. So let's do some additional appearance customization just to make this a little better. Although, honestly, I kind of like this one already. Let's get a scar, because scars are cool. Let's also do...
where to next?
Yeah, I think this is my favorite voice actress. Add a little bit of older skin tone. There we go. Then do we want a tattoo? I mean, sure, let's go for some maximalist character design. Just add at least some sort of tattoo. Probably not right on the face, but something like this I kind of like. Obviously, when given the option for heterochromatic eyes, you should take it. I actually kind of like this already. Not going to spend too much time on the character creation. Of course, we can edit the appearance later on. Sure. Edit character. Alright. So, Warlock. For our cantrips, of course, we have to take Eldritch Blast. And then for our second cantrip, we are going to take Minor Illusion. This one's very important to have access to. Drow... So, half-Drow get the same proficiencies as human. The question is, what weapons can Drow use? Half-Drow get the same proficiencies as human, so you get pikes, halberds, and glaives in addition to simple weapons. Full Drow get hand crossbows is the big one, but if you're a ranged character with Eldritch Blast, then you don't really need to care about your weapon proficiencies. Will be a Goo Warlock, because they're both my favorite and also the best for a ranged Warlock variant. And for our spell selection here, you definitely need Hex. And let's see. probably take Armor of Agathis at first level. The interesting question that I'm trying to ask is, how do you beat the first boss on heroic mode? Because you can get a great sword from him if you can make him fail a drop check, or if you can kill him using command from Shadowheart, or if your main character has command. So the most important thing that we're building for in the early game for honor mode, I will continuously call it heroic, I don't know why, but for whatever reason my brain is doing that. Oh, well, yeah, perfect. Heterochromatia. Viewed as being a witch in your culture? Well, we're a warlock, so ideal. And then, of course, we're stuck with the Haunted One background. Let's also, of course, fix our character stats here. So we'll start with 16 Charisma. So one thing that I think is important in Honor mode is you cannot rely on getting Anti-Ethel's Deal, because that is not a 100% option. You may have to reload a save. So when we're on Honor mode, we will not be able to guarantee getting Anti-Ethel's Deal. You might accidentally kill her, you might fail the dialogue checks involved, so there's all sorts of stuff that can screw that up for us. But, oh, I'm clicking the wrong button. Yeah, exactly. You can't quick save scum, so we just have to rely on only the abilities that we actually have on our character. We can't rely on getting specific items as much unless we know they're ones you can easily access. Like the items, so for example, the Gloves of Dexterity are an item you just buy from a merchant, so you can still make builds that rely on those, but items that require you to take a specific story path, or items that require you to like make a boss drop them, so the great sword that we're going to try to get in the early game, we will not be able to rely on that. Alright, I think that we are ready. We've got 16 dexterity, or 16 constitution, 14 dexterity, 12 wisdom, 16 charisma. Eldritch Blast and Minor Illusion. Minor Illusion is very useful for all kinds of things in the early game, especially because we will be... oh, wait, no, we need to actually change a couple things. So, one issue with being a half-drow, though, is that we don't get access to stealth proficiency, which is pretty useful for these characters, but we do still get good dialogue skills, persuasion, and I guess we will take... None of these ever come up ever. We'll take Arcana, I guess. Yeah, so Honor mode is full Iron Man. You cannot reload your save. There is only one save slot, and if you die, if your party gets wiped, you lose. You can continue that playthrough, but it doesn't count as winning in Honor mode if you get wiped. So if we die here, then I just have to start over. So there's some drama. I'll go with Seth again for branding purposes.
You need a guardian. Choose one.
So I think you can quick save, but you can't load the save. The game will overwrite your save on exiting. Although I haven't actually done it, so we'll see. So let's go with a guardian. Obviously, we know who this is. Let's just hit randomize a couple times. Kind of see if we can get some fun inspiration. I like this very snotty-looking drow, actually. That's really good for the Guardian. Alright, nailed it. So how's everyone doing? How's your weekend going? I've been having a nice quiet day here. Got my coffee, got my water, ready to stream. I really love this opening cinematic. It's it's cool because it showcases how gross and weird the world of Dungeons and Dragons is. Like, one thing I think they did a really good job with in Baldur's Gate 3 is leaning into just how odd the lore is for this game, and the long history of just incredibly bizarre stuff. Obviously, we don't get some of the really weirdest stuff from, like, the 80s or whatever, but no flumps here. But I think they've done an incredible job at showcasing just how, like, how nasty and brutal this world can be. You think of D&D as kind of sanitized fantasy, and it is, in a lot of ways, but there's also some pretty dark undercurrents, which they've really leaned into for Baldur's Gate. Sucks to be that guy, right? Oh no, he's okay! It does seem like you'd want to design this ship so it had, like, a hard shell on the outside, maybe? You know, that's a good question, can Gith swim? Because they come from the astral plane, where I think there probably aren't a lot of free-standing bodies of water. So probably most Gith can't swim. We're really asking the deep lore questions. Because in the astral plane, your gravity is based on your willpower, basically. You can decide which way gravity works for you, so you're basically always flying. They've shortcut that a little bit with just giving you really long jump distance in the game. But sort of the lore of the astral plane is that you can choose what direction gravity works on you. So the Gith would not be used to having to traverse something through swimming. I also like that, you know, they've got the claw towers there, and it makes a nice little 3 logo. Good cinematic design. And we are covered in blood.
The blood in your head thrums and pounds. That
Yeah, but what
pounding
about the blood all over
obscures
us?
who you are. An overwhelming loss of memory. How you ended up amidst these hellish flames is just as hidden. You have nothing in your skull, besides your name and a headache. But you are in danger.
Alright, let's go with
The dark
say our name
urge.
out loud.
Whatever that is you. You will claw back the truth. But first, you have to claw your way out of here.
Alright, so first off, let's get an extra row. Do some spellbook customization. Alright. One thing that really irritates me on PC is when you have only one character. You cannot hit tab to open the character sheet. So I'm hammering tab, nothing's happening. If we had multiple characters in our party, then you could hit tab and open the character sheet. Very annoying. Let's go with... So we have to hit our inventory, go to the spell book, set up a custom hotbar, Eldritch Blast, Minor Illusion I do like to have on the hotbar. Hex is going to be our other main combat option at early levels, and we'll have Armor of Agathis available as well. We only have one spell, so we are going to be using Hex and Eldritch Blast in most of our combats. Alright, let's also turn on character highlighting and start running around.
This is the pool that thing came from. The parasite now writhing behind your eye.
Alright, we're not going to investigate the pool, because I'm no fool. If you've read the Animorphs, you know it's probably not a good idea to stick your head in a Yerk pool. Hey, thank you so much, Katsumoto. I really appreciate that. I'm glad the builds are helping. So I'm guessing they haven't changed anything for Honor Mode up until the first boss fight, maybe. So I'm just going to try to speed through the Nautiloid as quickly as possible. One thing that we are going to have to worry about here is, can we get Us? Because that's going to determine whether... Yeah, we'll take that. That's going to determine how easy the last fight is. And that is not guaranteed. You do have to save scum that if you want to guarantee getting access to Us. And if you miss out on saving them, then you will also lose out on a powerful later game ability. So there's a lot that's about to come down to this roll up here.
Open up.
Take this. We'll take the Illithid Record. Go grab this Eldritch Tablet.
That will fit in my pack.
There's more loot on the Nautiloid. Okay, that's good to know. Take the elevator. I haven't actually played through the Nautiloid in a long time. And let's chat with this guy. We don't have any ways to give ourselves any bonuses or skill bonuses ahead of time, so we're just gonna talk with him.
Yes, you've come to save us from this place.
The exposed brain quivers in expectation.
Passed our perception check at least.
Before they return a newborn.
You know no creature like this.
We missed.
One that is more brain than person.
Remove us from this body, from this case. Free us.
Okay, so the investigation check is free. Even if we fail it, it doesn't make things harder. So it's worth rolling this, even if we only have a slightly under 50% of getting it.
You notice edema, a swelling of the brain causing pressure where it strains against the shell of the skull.
So having passed that, we get the option to make this medicine check with advantage, and it does show us our roll previews here. So this is this is the highest chance, and we took medicine proficiency from being a dark urge, so this is our highest chance, even with only +1 wisdom. So good luck, Us. This roll matters a lot. Hey! Now we get to do the nice gross.
Lifts from the skull. But you notice an opportunity. You could cripple the strange creature. Your fingers twitch with the desire to rip its tender, moist meat to shreds.
And then we spare the creature, despite our dark urge.
We are free. Our freedom is ours, friend.
The creature pauses, listening.
We must go to the Helm. At the Helm, we are needed.
Gotta name them, and then let's go.
Helm,
So Us has the newborn condition, but only for 4 rounds, so that will end by the time we actually get into a fight.
Need to find a way forward.
Let me also make sure... Yeah, we've just got 1 knife equipped, sure. Yeah, we need to take the elevator. Or does this guy have anything on him?
Please.
All right. So I think this is now the the first point where you could break a paladin oath, I think, is if you push Lae'zel off the Nautiloid right here.
Abomination. This is your end.
So if you really want to be an Oathbreaker paladin as soon as possible.
Visions rush past. A dragon's wing, a silver sword, and a flash of your face seen through the strange woman's eyes.
Oh, Squall. You are no thrall. Blacketh blesses we carry mind flayer parasites. And within days we will be Gaeth, mind flayers. First, we exterminate the imps. Then we
Alright,
find the
it's time
Helm
to
and take
exterminate
control.
the imp.
As for that thing, it will remain tame as long as it believes we are thralls. It may be.
Alright. It would be very funny if I died to the 3 imps here, so I'm kind of hoping that that happens. I don't know if that's like... I mean, I guess anything's possible, but it's very unlikely if you don't, for example, just pass all your turns. So this actually started us in an odd orientation. So we are at the south of the arena with the imps here, here, and here. And notice that we have our 3 characters. We all won initiative, so that means we can choose the order in which they act. So we're going to have us go hit this one. It does say difficulty tactician, but I assume that's just the same buffs that you get for
Let my name be known.
Nothing will stand in my way.
for honor mode. And then we'll just take a nice Eldritch Blast shot here. And there goes that imp. And any other movement we want to do, yeah, I guess we'll just move everyone towards it. So the one thing that you could do if you really wanted to optimize this fight, and this is just sort of like how to approach fights in general, is we know these imps don't have a ranged attack, and from prior experience, I'm pretty sure they don't, and then they have 30-foot movement speed. So if I end my moves more than 30 feet away from them, they won't get to attack. This is an imp fight, so I just want to, finish it quickly, but...
I will ascend.
Oh, okay, they do have a ranged attack. I lied about everything.
I have a lot on my mind.
You prove surprisingly adequate.
So we get these void bulbs. They are very useful, something to keep in mind.
On my way.
Scimitar, we are not proficient with. Lae'zel can carry it. The hand axe we are proficient with. Not that we need a thrown weapon. Here we go, light crossbow, because we need Lae'zel to have a good ranged weapon. So this is 1d8 compared to her 1d6 short bow. Slightly better
All's well that ends.
ranged weapon, should we need it.
Not as bad as it could have.
And something that's worth keeping in mind, too, is that right now at this level, a light crossbow for us is actually better damage than our Eldritch Blast, because Eldritch, this is d8 plus 2, because we have 14 dexterity. Eldritch Blast is just a D10. So the D10 is 5.5 average damage, D8 plus 2 is 6.5 average damage, so we're going to be using the light crossbow more than Eldritch Blast going forward. Until we hit level 2 and can get Agonizing Blast.
What's hiding here?
Ship won't be able to take care of the dragon. We need to get out before
That's a robe. I don't know if we find better light armor before the first fight. I will say I'm somewhat nervous about Iron Man mode in this game, just because this game is a little buggy. You know, it's a big game, so of course it can be buggy. That's not a problem, but it is true. I'm going to ignore these guys and go rescue Shadowheart first.
You! Get me out of this damn thing! We have no time for stragglers.
We'll make our little Arcana roll.
Warding ruins.
Are you satisfied? We need to go. Try that. Hurry!
We know we need the rune and the reliquary.
rain in a jar.
Got this guy. Take the gold key and the weapons. Pass all that off to Lae'zel.
How many hosts of these gay infected?
A couple more health potions. I'm going to give them to Lae'zel for now.
Another brain.
There we go. There's our Eldritch rune.
But for what?
A vicious chair.
Come on! Get me out of this thing! Good! Hurry!
Alright, we have to talk to this thing, not to Shadowheart.
The console appears dormant. The console hums
We can do
to
that
life.
just without a skill check. Then we can do this. Hey, we passed. We've had good luck on skill checks so far. I'm
Pulsing
probably
glow
cursing
lights
myself.
Open the nearby pod. Suddenly, then discomfort fades, and another sensation washes over.
Alright. Let's see if we natural one this one.
Authority. You feel the
I haven't actually tested what happens if you get a nat 1 there. I think Shadowheart just stays stuck on the Nautiloid, but if anybody knows.
A shiver runs across your mind. You feel sated.
At last. Thought I was done for. I thought that damn thing.
Your mind.
You keep dangerous company.
Let's go with dangerous company is what you need in a fight.
Looks like there's plenty of
We're going to
fighting
try to be
ahead.
nice to everyone. I
Let me
don't
come
remember
with you.
all the approval triggers, but
We can get off the ship
it's good
and
to
watch
get
each other's
everyone's
backs along the
approval
way.
early on in the game. Yeah, she stays in the pod, and then you get the, like, she's angry at you dialogue later on.
I did. It must be because of, but that'll have to wait. Are we going to help each other or not? Shadowheart. One moment.
And we don't want to ask her
She's
about
right.
what it is, because it's Shadowheart. You never ask her anything. Okay, so now... Quick pop quiz. Does anyone remember which button lets you fight these guys? Because we want the XP. I think it's the rightmost button. This is where we're putting chat's knowledge to the test. Middle? Alright, I'm trusting you. You were right! Nailed it. Yeah, because you want to wake these guys up because they're worth like 20 XP, and you actually need to get enough XP on the Nautiloid to level up.
I'm fury.
So we're gonna have probably, so they go both simultaneously, so we're just gonna go whack them. Lae'zel is going to leap here. Because she had to go around Shadowheart. And got him, and then we're going to go get adjacency here. And then Us also needs to jump to make this attack. We're going to try to get the sword from the devil dude, but we have no idea if we'll be able to. Ow. Acid splash. Dang.
Let's get going. Can't slow down.
So it's actually possible that we should have taken 16 dexterity rather than 16 constitution. Just for this part of the game, just so I could have better hit accuracy with this light crossbow, and then, rather than 16 con, and then respec later. I'm not certain if they've changed how respecs work on honor mode though, so I'm trying to just make the build as though we won't get access to any respecs. Let me also set up Shadowheart's spellbook, since we just got her. So we want access to Bless always, Guiding Bolt, we need Command, because we're going to try to cheese the boss here. And then for our last one, we probably just want Healing Word for emergencies. Inflict Wounds is also a decent way to deal a bunch of damage to the boss, but I think we'll just take Healing Word just in case. I'm doing my best, Chili Bean.
Let's see. How much farther can I go?
We are nearing the Helm. Once inside, do as I say.
So
Put you in charge. I'll trust
there
the
is,
king.
don't interrupt me, Shadowheart. There is a trick we could use where if we go all the way back to the beginning and pick up some of the chests that you can move, you can block off this entryway. You can block this doorway with the chests to stop the demon reinforcements from showing up. I'm not gonna do that because I don't like to carry around chests and barrels and do all kinds of crap with that. If they're in the arena that the fight is taking place in, I don't mind using them, but I feel like it's both cheesy and very annoying for me personally to have to manage carrying an inventory full of barrels. So we're not going to be using any of that stuff. But if you really want to make this fight safer, you can block this doorway with chests. Wait for everyone to catch up. Let's get Lae'zel to go in first, just so she's in front. Oh no! Our buddy.
Draw. Connect the nerve.
Connect
Okay, so we got unlucky on the initiative here. You want, ideally, for Zalk not to act in between Shadowheart and the rest of your party. This actually may make it impossible for us to get the sword, because we have nobody who can pick up the sword if Shadowheart makes him drop it. So it's going to have to be Shadowheart herself who goes and grabs the sword. Let's see. So Us has 4 to 10 average damage. We've got Lae'zel who can run up and fight the Hellboar. Obviously, we don't want to do that by jumping into the... or by walking through the fire. So we'll go with a jump here. So we're going to start by trying to kill the Hellboar with Lae'zel. I could also have pre-cast Bless on Shadowheart and with Shadowheart, and probably should have. Just kind of forgot to think about that.
Taking position.
So we've got Lae'zel running up. That's fine. We'll have Us go hit this guy. We also want to be picking up as much stuff as possible from these corpses, but I'm going to worry more about getting the sword. Okay. That's alright. So here, we just need accuracy. We don't really care about damage, so we're going to use Eldritch Blast because it's got a better hit chance than our arrow to try to finish off this imp. Great. And then we're going to run up and... guess we will jump to get over the fire. Slightly fiddly movement here to avoid getting in the fire. Oop. No. Let me... Okay, there's nothing on that body. That's alright. That's still a place I don't mind having my guy. And then we'll have Us. Can Us gain a little distance by jumping? Yes. Good. Hey, Mad V-Dog. How's it going? What? You shot at me. Imp, why? Alright, so here's the question. Do I waste a spell slot on something that's not command? Or do I just go for command only on Zalk, who has 195 health? I think that's higher than he has in Tactician. I think he's just gotten a little bit of extra health. Let's also just check if he's gotten anything else. Just extra armor class, 2 attacks. Yeah, so he's level 8 instead of level 6. I'm pretty sure he's level 6 in Tactician mode. So I don't think we're going to have the damage to kill him. We're just going to have to try to sneak up and grab his sword, basically. So we'll have Shadowheart take a jump and then move. We're just trying to get distance by using these jumps.
Got to press on.
I'm going to set up their hotbars later on. Oh, I should definitely have given Shadowheart a... I should have given Shadowheart a crossbow, too. Alright, we're learning. Mind Blast, and he's saved. That's kind of bad for us. That means that our Mind Flayer buddy is not going to last very long. Honor Mode got implemented day before yesterday. So we're very new to this. We're just learning exactly what happens. So yeah, this is my first run. Yeah, we could have tried Bane. I think you'd rather just have 2 tries at causing him to fail the save. Like, you'd rather just roll the command twice. Okay. Are we... Oh, come on. How can we not hit him? That's definitely... We definitely have the movement to get there. Alright, I'm going to move up and see if... Yeah, the game will recalculate it once we get next to him. Yeah, the update was huge, and also contains a lot of the things that I really wanted to. Okay, so now we've killed all the other guys, so that means that we now have our characters able to act in the order that we choose. So we don't want to activate these, because if their initiative appears in between our characters, then we won't be able to run up and grab the sword with someone else when Shadowheart does the thing. So basically what I want to do is get Lae'zel to run up next to Zalk without using her action. And then Shadowheart can use the command, and then Lae'zel can pick it up. Thank you so much, Miha Defan. Hope that's right. Really, yeah, I'm glad people like the Brotato stuff. Let me know if I'm pronouncing your name right.
Can't afford to let up.
There are actually, Ash, there are huge story changes. There's a whole epilogue that was added. So the whole game has like a lot of extra closure. I have not actually played any of the epilogue paths yet. I haven't gotten a chance to really play lately, but so this is the first time I'm really sitting down to actually play the game since the update. So yeah, so we're gonna have Lae'zel jump, and then I'm gonna have Shadowheart go for a command drop on him. Command drop. Okay, 55%. We have 2 shots at this. Wish me luck. Yes. All right. So that's huge. And then Lae'zel can run up and grab the Everburn Blade. Now, we could equip it. That would take our action. Yep, this stream just started about 40 minutes ago. And we did some character creation, chatting with people. Yeah, Sean, Brotato is kind of what got me into, like, I had restarted doing YouTube and honestly was not getting a lot of traction, and then I started doing the Brotato guides, and I was astonished at how much people loved them. Yeah, so I actually have a good friend named Mihao, so I have a little bit of a cheat there.
Got to focus.
And myself speak a tiny amount of Polish, but not enough to, like, understand conversational Polish. I can sometimes puzzle things out if they're written down. Alright, yeah, first try. So I think we're not going to bother trying to kill this guy. That means we won't hit level 2 on the beach, probably. Well, I guess I'll take a couple turns at just trying to hit him. So let's see if we can get him with a lacerate. Well, alright. Having missed that, I think we're probably not going to be able to kill him at all. But let's run up here.
Don't waste a step.
We will do Hex. Oh! Duh. Yeah, I should have... So, Hex doesn't reduce saving throws, but the, some things are checks. I think dropping the weapon is just a save, though. So, yeah, I didn't need to worry about hexing Wisdom or anything like that. Let's give him disadvantage on strength checks, I guess. And then 35% to hit there. I guess we will use the piercing shot. True, I can try to last hit the Mind Flayer. That's a good idea. Try to get XP that way. And let's just move Shadowheart up, just making sure we're continuing to make progress. You want to be really far away from this doorway. Yeah, no, great call. I hadn't thought about killing the Mind Flayer. And then, yeah, we're just going to end our turns. This is all fine. So, like, the great thing is, now that we have his weapon, he's a little easier to take out. And the Mind Flayer will last longer, but when his buddies start coming in, which I think is in 2 turns, I'm going to give a shot to killing him. If we get a little lucky, we might be able to. So I'll take 1 turn to just try to do this. And we can always just run. Like, we can just book it for the exit. It doesn't really matter if most of your guys die.
Come on, can't stay idle.
So I think because he has gaping wounds, we're better off taking our 40% shot. Okay. Not impressing me, main character.
Very well.
And we're trying not to go too far forwards or we're going to wake these guys up, basically.
Time to strike.
Let's have Lae'zel attack. Ooh, 6 whole damage and attack. And we missed. And Shadowheart.
What should I do?
We're going to save our Guiding Bolt. I could also just Bless. Yeah, so Ash, on difficulties below Tactician, you can just wipe this whole room. On Tactician, you can kill both of these guys using a trick where you block the doorway with chests to stop the reinforcements from showing up. And then once you've got that, they'll be stuck on the other side of the chests, and you can hit them just with ranged attacks, and they'll be stuck on the other side. They may have patched that exploit out, but that did work for a while. 25%. I wish I hadn't forgotten to give Shadowheart a ranged weapon, but at least we did 6 damage. All right, let's just pass turns. Pass turn. We've used actions for everybody. Pass turn. Okay, 14 damage from the guy. Hey, thank you so much. That's super generous. I really appreciate it. All right, I'm going to take 1 more turn, but I think this is just not going to work the way we're hoping it to. Let's do a Guiding Bolt just to... If we hit this, then at least Lae'zel's attack might hit. Okay, we've missed every single attack in the game. So at this point, what we need to do is absorb the... Well, I think we're just gonna... Well, no, because we do want to hold to get the Mind Flayer, so we'll just wait.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
We'll just kind of pass turns here for a while. Let's hit this guy again. I should have saved my Guiding Bolt to hit the Mind Flayer. Yeah, so you can see the Cambions are starting to show up now. They've entered the initiative. They have Firebolts, so they will run in and start shooting us. And they've also disrupted our initiative rolls, so that's something to keep in mind. 45 hit points. There's no way I can do that in 1 round. I really do want to get level 2, but it may be better just to bug out.
I am fury.
Oh, let's also make sure we pass the Everburn Blade off to our main character before we leave the...
What now?
Leave the area. Let's give it 1 more turn. Let's see, so that's at disadvantage. Why is Eldritch Blast at disadvantage against the Mind Flayer? Okay. And we don't have Hex. Shadowheart is not going to be contributing damage because I foolishly wasted my Guiding Bolt. So... if I hit the Mind Flayer now, will it aggro it immediately? It did not. Okay, so I can try to help DPS it a little bit.
Victory awaits.
Because the Cambion does a maximum of 12 damage in a round. So I need to... as long as I don't reduce it below 12, we should be okay. I should have had... yeah, I guess I want Us to hit it. Us can deal up to 10. a little more on a critical hit. Yeah, I want to have my whole squad... Oh, excuse me. I want to have my whole squad ready to like, all take shots at the Mind Flayer. It is currently the closest thing to the doorway, actually, so I'm not going to hit it. I think we're actually just going to pass here. Because it's going to get punched. 1, 2, down to 19. Excuse me, I'm sneezing up a storm out here. Okay. So this Cambion is going to come... yeah, this one won't be able to reach. So with my whole team, can I reliably kill the Mind Flayer this turn? I think... Yeah, I just didn't think I just didn't think I was close enough to get the disadvantage from adjacency. It didn't look like it was, but the spacing in this game is sometimes a little odd. So, can I reliably do 19 with my whole party? We're on kind of the edge here. Think we're going to wait one more round. So the Cambions are going to dash because they can't attack. We'll let Commander Zalk do his attack. And then I actually need to move someone back maybe to tank the shot. We can just like run for the console. We don't have to worry about keeping everyone alive or anything. Let's go with pass the turn one more time. I could also actually I'd better wake them up and start killing these guys for the XP. Only 4 damage there, that's okay. We will have Lae'zel hold in place, or I guess can fire at disadvantage to try to kill this imp. Nice, okay. Yeah, because we actually need the XP from these guys. I kind of forgot that we need to wake them up and kill those as well. Then Lae'zel can switch back to melee and pass the turn. You can run forwards a little bit. I don't think we'll be in any danger of dying here. Shadowheart is going to run up as well. And Sacred Flame the boar for a massive 2 damage. What's my favorite class? My favorite class in 5th edition is Bard. And in Baldur's Gate, that's no exception. Alright, Mind Flayer's at 13 HP. The Cambions, I think, are all going to attack us, so let's go with attacking the Mind Flayer here. 9 damage, alright. May have messed that up if it goes for a firebolt on the Mind Flayer, actually. No! Ah! Alright, I screwed up. Whoops. Oh well.
Another step forward.
And we missed that attack, that's fine. Lae'zel is now going to have to take an attack of opportunity as well. I also shouldn't have passed the turn after doing that. I should have had us take the attack of opportunity. I mean, it's fine because... Yeah, that's fine. We'll take 6. Have Lae'zel jump and run forward and take a bow shot. That was pretty dumb, honestly. I shouldn't have. I knew that would leave it at like 4 health. Oh well. So Us is going to take a bunch of damage here. Alright, now we can't have it run because it's going to take an attack of opportunity. I do want to kill this Hellbore if possible. Lae'zel is downed. That's okay. So we did kind of mess this up. This fight was going super well, then I screwed everything up, but that's fine. Let's just abandon the Hellbore and make sure that we get out of here.
Breathe deep and move.
So we'll take our attack of opportunity. And dash. And just go hit the transponder. Just need to get out of here alive.
Transponder. You made it in time.
And unless they've changed something on honor mode, it's totally okay to get out of there with Lae'zel downed. We don't have to stabilize her or anything. It would be funny if we land on the beach and she's just dead, though. I genuinely don't know if Us dies on the Nautiloid, do they still show up later, or not. I don't think I've ever had that happen. Alright, so this is going to make this next fight a little harder, because we didn't get enough XP to hit level 2. That's what I was really trying to do. And the Intellect Devourer fight on the beach is actually one of the hardest fights in the game on Tactician. So, I'm really hoping to avoid having to deal with that. Or I was hoping to get level 2 before fighting that. Because if we had Agonizing Blast for extra damage, that would be a big help. I've always loved that moment where you're just like hanging out, you make eye contact with the Mind Flayer, and then bam, upside the head, piece of tentacle. I think we ended like 100 XP short. I'll have to check. I think you have to kill the tutorial boss if you want to hit level 2 before this fight. Because he's worth like 75, I think. And then we also missed out on a Hellbore kill.
You half expected your memories to return once you were free of the Mind Flayer ship. But your past is still an aching void. If you don't find a way to remove the tadpole burrowed in your brain soon, your future will be as blank as your past. Your head whispers vengeance. You cannot wait to slice your way forth, seeking whatever wrought this tragedy upon you.
So the beach fight is really hard because it's random, because you have like no skills yet. So it's just a pure dice rolling check. And you also you've got Shadowheart, so like we're gonna have a total of 21 health, right? And they have a ranged attack that does 1d8 damage. So if 3 of them hit their ranged attacks in a row, that's it, we lose. So it's basically a like exercise in pure randomness. So hitting level 2 gives you a lot of extra safety before taking that fight.
You drink in the pungent corpse. Since you awoke on the ship, your mind has been cold and empty, but something you know nothing of why, but you find a half smile flittering across your face.
Let's try to remember the last time we stood above a corpse. So I will be doing the... I'm going to be like listening to the Dark Urge story stuff, because I haven't played through a Dark Urge run yet.
You see flashes of flesh, all lumped together in a mass grave.
Yeah, I may try to sneak around.
There is something unknown and unspeakable deep within your heart.
Thanks. Yeah, so this character actually was basically, I hit random and was like, oh, that one looks cool. I'm done. Bard is my favorite class for 2 reasons. One, I love dialogue skills, and when I actually play like D&D and tabletop, you can probably guess because I'm sitting here in my room talking to all of you, that I love to talk. And so I tend to enjoy being the party-facing character in parties in tabletop D&D. And in 5th edition, Bard gets tons of options for doing just cool stuff, especially Lore Bard gets to act off-turn a lot with Counterspell and with cutting words, and I find that very satisfying as a tactical exercise, like how can I mess up the enemy's turns. Let's wake her up. We're not going to try to grab the artifact, because we don't want to annoy Shadowheart too much too early.
You're alive. I'm alive. How is this possible? I remember the ship. I remember falling.
Oh yeah, I'm going to try to click on dialogue choices rather than hit numbers, but forgive me if I do hit numbers. It's a long-standing habit, but I want to try to show you what dialogue I'm actually picking, too. Let's go with... Now
First
what?
things first. We need supplies, shelter, and most of all, a healer. We might have escaped, but we still have these little monsters in our heads.
So, you know you're a cleric, right? just asking.
We need each other, and we both know what's at stake. Can't think of better company.
Yes, this is a Dark Urge.
One thing, just before we go. I wanted to it would have been all too easy. Lead the way.
Hey, we got some approval. Oh, hey, we hit level 2. Okay. Maybe they changed that so you don't need to, like, farm XP. That would be nice, because that was kind of an annoying, feature of the tutorial level, was having to just farm the XP. So now we're level 2. That's going to make things a lot easier. Who's my favorite character in Baldur's Gate 3? I'm assuming you've played other Baldur's Gate games. Yes, I have played both other Baldur's Gate games, although more than a decade ago. I do not remember them super well, to be honest. I do really like Jaheira, and always have. So I'm glad she made a return. And my favorite character in Baldur's Gate 3 is probably, like most people, Karlach. I think it's nice when there's a character that is just likable in a party, and one thing that Baldur's Gate 3 has done that's interesting to me is all of the characters are kind of jerks. So it's nice that there's just, like, a nice person around. So here we're going to take... Generally, it doesn't matter that much. We won't be using this spell. We could take Tasha's. This does have some interesting applications. early on, but I think we're just going to take Expeditious Retreat. I want to take things that will make us very able to get out of dodge if we need to. We, of course, take Agonizing Blast, and then we are going to take Devil's Sight as well. You have a choice here between Devil's Sight or Repelling Blast as your second one, and I think that Devil's Sight getting you access to Darkness Cheese starting at level 3 is really going to be much safer in terms of an Honor Mode playthrough. How many hours do I have in Baldur's Gate? That's a good question. I think like 100 of actual playtime, but then closer to 200 on my Steam profile, just because I've done all these character guides. We don't need to replace a spell because we already have all the best spells. The current plan is I'm going to go full Eldritch Blast rather than Pact of the Blade, but I think I'm going to leave things kind of open to switching depending on what I feel like playing, and also just based on what Honor Mode actually looks like as we go. Here... So we could just take Shield of Faith. I think I'm going to take Inflict Wounds just to have access to that in case we get into danger. Actually, having Sanctuary as an emergency button is probably good.
Can't give up now.
Alright, let's also check our inventories and everything. Let's see, we've got the Everburn Blade. Nobody that we can use this with, unfortunately. I forgot to keep a crossbow, so Shadowheart still does not have a ranged weapon, really.
At least things have stayed interesting.
I'll be going back to the Tome if I stick with an Eldritch Blast build. Although, I guess Pact of the Chain is a little more interesting because the Invisible Familiar does give you some scouting options, which are probably more important. Alright, so we're about to do the hardest fight in the game, which is the Intellect Devourer fight. Ooh, okay, so you always get a random hat in your first, in this backpack. And we got the Brimmed Hat, so it's Brimmed Hat time. I like how the Brimmed Hat just gives you hair, too. We've got short hair. We've got really long hair. Also, it comes pre-bloodstained. That's nice.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Just running around, grabbing everything here. I'm gonna try to keep this part quick. I don't actually know, does Pact of the Tome let non-wizards learn Shovel's spell? I thought it was a scroll, so I thought you had to be a wizard. Hey, thanks, Ian. We're actually, weirdly, I'm doing this, this 5,000 subscriber celebration and have almost hit 5,500. Because the patch notes video did so well. Yeah, it would be nice if there was a way to, like, auto-loot your location. Just a one-button loot. I know what they were going for, and one thing I do like, I'm a huge fan of how this game has all of these different types of food in it. I think that's really cool and really adds to immersion. talk to him through another mage, like a sorcerer. Oh, interesting. Okay. Alright, so we've got these two intellect devourers, and there's a third hiding back here somewhere that we can't see yet. Let's have everybody go into stealth mode so we can get a little advantage on our first attack. Do I want... The one question is, do I want to use Armor of Agathis ahead of this fight? I think I probably do, actually. Just for safety.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Alright, that's good to know, thank you. That does make Pact of the Chain more... you use Shovel and you do Pact of the Blade. So you don't need Pact of the Chain for Shovel? Okay, that makes Pact of the Chain even worse.
What do we have here?
So, we're just going to go with a 98% shot on this Intellect Devourer. We can't easily get to the high ground here. We're going to have to take this fight from low ground, but we at least get to start. That one's at 15. This one is at 13, so we'll take the one at 13. Come on, it's going to sneak me in right into there. Okay, we gotta split up, or Shadowheart is going to mess up our stealth as well. Because what I want is to get to where I can hit them.
Can't afford any mistakes. Better tread carefully.
But we don't want them to be
Should have worn better boots.
able to reach melee with us, because their ranged attack is dangerous, but less dangerous than their melee.
Maybe I should stay crouched forever.
And we'll hit the 13 health one from here. And we've got Armor of Agathis. Alright,
Your soul is
wish me luck. This fight is very difficult. Oh, sick! Okay, and we made a stealth check. Ah, no. I should have re-entered turn-based mode. Okay, so we'll have Shadowheart enter this fight as well. We could have her do a firebolt. We could also just have her run up and attack. We've got this one at the back, who is not going to be able to reach its ranged attack range, I don't think. We could also just do this, but then we don't get the advantage. I think we'll just do a firebolt attack, if we can, from outside of its vision range, if possible. Come on, game. The game really wants Shadowheart to run into vision range of this guy to make this attack. Alright, I guess we won't be able to draw a perfect line here. So we're just going to have to accept that Shadowheart is joining and just making a normal crappy firebolt attack.
Let's make this quick.
And missing.
I won't give in.
Alright. That's fine. I have Shadowheart in front. We are 30 feet from it, so it will be able to run up and melee us. That's okay. We're just going to split sideways here. Shadowheart takes 6. So you can see already why this is such a dangerous fight. If there had been 2 of them still alive, we could have really ended up in trouble. We're going to have Shadowheart also just bonus action heal herself. And then stay in melee here. Then my main character, in an effort to split damage, we're going to run up to where this one will hopefully start shooting the main character rather than Shadowheart. And we're going to cast Hex. 15 health, 12 health on the back one. So that's fine. 95% to hit for 12 damage, so that's great. If Shadowheart hits her attack, then we'll kill it. But I'm trying to get this one up to where it will attack my main character rather than hitting Shadowheart. 85%, I don't think we need to spend a spell on this, so let's go for that. Nice. And then you can move up as well. Yeah, we're fine here. It might run through the fire to us. We can recast Hex on this thing. Took 4 damage. We lost concentration on Hex, but that's okay. And we made it out of this fight. This fight is really tough because it's so random. If they just land a couple shots, you can really just die instantly. So that first shot critical hit was a big help there. Why are we starting with Warlock? No particular reason, I just felt like playing a Warlock, and I think it's going to be a really good character for Honor Mode, just because you never run out of resources, really. And I think one of the best defensive mechanics in the game is Darkness, the Darkness spell, which Warlocks can abuse better than any other class. Alright, we got a rapier and 53 gold and a kiwi. Take this spiked bulb, that's fine. Get some basic poison. Alright. Now let's see if I remember the layout of this area at all. Gonna go pick this up. Astarion is up here, right? Potion of Speed. That's actually a nice find early. We can use that in there. There's going to be some fights we'll be able to use that in really well. Yep, exactly. With Devil Sight, they can shoot right through it while standing in it, and because they're concealed inside it, they get advantage on all attacks. And enemies have disadvantage. Melee enemies will have disadvantage on all attacks against them, and ranged enemies won't be able to hit them at all. So if you have Darkness up and you're standing in it, it gives you just a massive bonus against a bunch of the enemies in this game. Okay, we can't open that locked chest until we have a thieves' tools, which we don't have. Now I'm pretty sure there's a hidden chest over here somewhere if we had a shovel. Yeah, the Beastmaster Raven Darkness is really powerful. I do want to do a build guide on that one, because it's a cool mechanic.
Hurry! I've got one of those brain things cornered. There, in the grass. You can kill it, can't you? Like you killed the others?
Easily.
There. Can you see it?
One thing that's really funny in this opening section of the game, oh, we failed, is how clearly these dialogue lines were recorded in different studios at different times. So you'll notice Astarion's lines have wildly different amounts of bass.
No need for this to get messy.
I need her alive. Stow that blade, or I'll show you.
Now, I saw you on the ship.
Headbutt him.
Didn't I? Not?
We'd have to use Bless. We're not going to use a spell for this. Got him.
You wretched little...
Your mind twists. You're looking out of unfamiliar eyes, prowling dark, busy streets. You try to hold the memory, but it fades to the worm. The light.
Yeah, the worst for that is Halsin. his dialogue, even just within the from line to line within the same conversation, gets incredibly different intonations.
The worm. Of course. That explains things somewhat.
I mean, I think this game was recorded over like 2020 and 2021, so a lot of these things were done from home studios, probably.
Apologies. My name's Astarion. I was in Baldur's Gate when those beasts snatched me. A pleasure. So, do you know anything about these worms? Turn us into...
Yeah, we'll try to be a little faster getting through the next bits. These first two combats I wanted to take super carefully because I didn't know if they'd changed anything, and some of them are very random or very difficult.
If we can find an expert, someone that can control these things, there might still be time. You know, I and you, all right.
As he joins your side, your mind dances with thoughts of a perfect, pretty corpse.
Alright, Astarion, you get to level up. You also have a weapon, so we're going to pass you the light crossbow, which is better than your short bow. And you can have a second... You can have this rapier and a second dagger as well, just for fun. Get you a main hand rapier and an offhand dagger. Oh. Alright, rapier we can't use with 2-weapon fighting, but we can use 2 daggers. Also, whenever you are using a character with dual wielding, turn off dual wielding. It's unintuitive, but what this does is when you click on an enemy, it will just use your attack action. Use your bonus action to attack, rather than giving you the choice of how you want to use it. And you want, obviously, to have more choices, not fewer. So you should always turn this off. Let's also level him up. And this is why, because we have bonus action hide, bonus action dash, bonus action disengage, and there's often cases where we'd rather be doing that than attacking with our offhand weapon. Also worth noting is that Astarion has maybe the worst starting stat spread of any character. He's got like 9 stats that are completely wasted in Wisdom Charisma. So we'll hopefully be able to fix that soon. No other changes we need to make to him right now. He's got some light armor. We'd definitely love to get better armor soon for our characters. I also need to find just any non-magical shield, because our main character can equip a shield. So that will give us 15 AC, which is going to be much more comfortable. So hopefully we can find some kind of non-magical shield, or obviously a magical shield would be better, but we don't need one as soon as possible. Then we can go up this way. It's weird not having the whole map explored. Yeah, I'm definitely going to swap Shadowheart's Cleric Domain. Trickery Domain, unfortunately, is awful. I will probably go with Light Domain, per my support Cleric build.
You could end its life here and now, if only you didn't feel compassion. Compassion.
Opportunity attack will still make 2 attacks if you turn off dual wielding. The one thing that won't is if you sneak up behind an enemy and make an attack, you won't get to use your bonus action attack also with advantage if you have dual wielding off. So if you are sneaking up behind an enemy with 2 daggers, you could turn it on for that attack. I prefer to just leave it off, honestly, because that's such a minor advantage, and it screws you up so much leaving it on, and I like forget to turn it off and stuff. I think it's just safer just to leave it off completely. We should be furious.
Feel hate. You should be with its possessed, but then the feeling slips. The creature's mind seems to focus else. The monster lies exhausted, defeated. Its eyes, wet orange pearls, radiate
All right.
malice.
We mushed it. Ooh, and we get inspired.
Death is too big for her.
You can actually lose the game right there. If you just give in to the Mind Flayer, that can end your run. If you just let it do what it wants, it will eat your brain. Alright, which direction are we going? We're going this way. And then we have to do this annoying thing where the units won't path over the fire.
No time to rest.
So we'll split up our party and make sure we're doing the jumps. Because they will just walk through this if you don't do this, and then you take a little damage for no reason. It's kind of annoying, but, you know, you do what you gotta do.
What a day. Watch your back.
Astarion, you're so bad at jumping.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Light on my feet.
Now, let's see, we get Lae'zel up here, right? This way? No, that's... Just trying to remember where everything is on this map. We get Gale by going to the east here, I think. Here's where we get Lae'zel, okay. And here's where we would get Gale. If we can avoid the Dark Urge check.
What am I to do?
Shadowheart does have guidance, right? And resistance? Okay. So that will make the saves a little easier. I think we have to make a save to avoid eating Gale. So let's see if we do that.
You approach the sigil on the stone. Magic glitters and swirls from it erratically, as if malfunctioning. It looks slightly dangerous.
This is as far as I've played a Dark Urge before, because I wanted to see this cutscene, because it's funny. So I'm going to try to rescue Gale, because I just want to have more... have access to more party members. I know it's not, like, very Dark Urge-y, but... there's a decent chance that we go the evil route this playthrough and end up without Karlach or Will or Halsin, and then we would have very few party members.
Whatever you're doing is working wonders! Now a quick little pull should do the trick. Hello. I'm Gale of Waterdeep. Apologies. I'm usually better at this.
Yeah, exactly. Just having... I mean, obviously we could use followers or whatever, but... you know, I like the main characters, so... I'd rather just make sure we have access to as many as possible. I don't know if it's true Minthara can be knocked out without mods. I mean, there are a couple ways that you can do that and break the game. But that would be kind of cool if there was a way to recruit Minthara on a good playthrough now. We might try that.
A bit shocked, but friend,
It's a relief and a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
I have to say, it does weird me out that Gale's backstory is he's lost in a portal because he was trying to show up at his ex's house unannounced. Like, come on, man. Have some class.
And I can only assume you too were on the receiving end of a rather unwelcome insertion in the ocular region. The insertee we speak of, it's a process known as...
You just did it in your current game?
And let me assure you, it is to be avoided. You don't happen to be a
but she
cleric
does
by
kill
any chance,
tieflings
do
in
you?
Halcyon.
A doctor?
Okay.
Surgeon?
Yeah, so I know you
And
can't
there's
have
one
her
for the
and
vision.
Halcyon at the same time because they occupy the same companion
You
slot.
seem to know enough about our condition to realize it's beyond most clerics' skills.
Most, no doubt, but I find myself hoping to be in the presence of the few. You don't happen to be one of them. As we've established, few enough, we're most certainly going to need a healer, and soon, too. Most excellent. Oh, but it was an act of foresighted kindness.
Alright, now we've got Gale. Gale can level up.
For the wicked, I see.
We haven't seen any of the legendary actions yet, but I do know what they are in tabletop D&D. What legendary actions for creatures usually get, and they're usually on like powerful creatures like liches and dragons and so on, are either wildly out of scale effects that they can only do a couple times in a combat, or actions they can take off turn, usually at the end of a player turn. So I'm looking forward and hoping that the bosses will be doing fights off turn. Or will be taking actions off turn. I'm going to make Gale, for now, we may change this later, but for now I'm going to make him a divination wizard. Divination is just really nice. Yeah, so they added legendary actions in honor mode. So all the bosses supposedly have been upgraded with legendary actions. And for spells known, we're going to take Shield and Magic Missile, just to make sure he doesn't die. So I think, from what I have heard, and if you know differently, you know, like if you know specifics of legendary actions, please don't spoil them before the fight. From what I've heard, the Owlbear fight is the first one where we're going to see a legendary action. I don't know about all, but that's what the patch note said anyways.
Take that.
Alright, let's go pick up Lae'zel as well. One thing that's kind of funny about this game is how quickly you get new companions in the early game. And then you don't get any new companions ever again until, like, the end of Act 2. I keep thinking, like, oh, I'd better quick save just in case, you know, we fail this dialogue check.
Dangerous. Leave it for the goblins to kill.
And if it escapes, how will you... Oh, a guest.
But of course we can't quick save.
In response to the prisoner's white-hot stare. Her lips don't move, yet you hear her voice.
Get rid of them.
Let's go with a deception. Try to get them out of here. And now we've got Shadowheart, who is going to be spamming guidance for the entire game. Thanks, Shadowheart. You're really pulling your weight around here.
She's right. Let's go. We need to check out that blast. You didn't hear it? Shook our camp good, so we came for a look. Northwest. Look for Nettie. Whatever your wound, she can mend it.
And be careful. There are goblins.
Yeah, I hate when YouTube
everywhere.
recommendations spoil
I miss
things. I watch like esports tournaments,
Enough gawking. Get
but
me
I don't
down.
usually watch them live because I just don't have time, and I don't really like watching live like games and stuff like that because there's a lot of downtime in between games and everything. Every year it's a struggle not to get spoiled on the results of like the Dota TI or the League World Championships. I do like you can get approval from Shadowheart by making Lae'zel say please.
The tadpole hasn't yet scrambled all your senses. Auspicious. But the longer we wait, the more it consumes. My people possess the cure for this infection. I must find a creche. You will join me.
Careful. She obviously sees your kindness as weakness. Don't let her take advantage.
It is many things. Githyanki protocol is clear. When infected with a Gaith tadpole, we must report to Augustil for purification.
Oh yeah, so here's there's an example of a dialogue line that was very clearly recorded in a different studio. You notice how different that one sounded than every other Lae'zel line. They probably had to re-record that one for whatever reason, and the voice actress did it at her home studio. I haven't in many years played League and Dota, but there are hundreds of League videos on this channel. Back in 2011, I started this channel to make League of Legends videos, and then I took a 10-year break before starting this YouTube channel up again middle of last year, or middle of this year. So if you really want to watch old League of Legends content in 480p, you can dig through my old videos. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It's been a wild ride, the last month especially. We've just been rocketing forward.
You are full up. Dismiss your weakest warrior.
All right,
Very
wait at my
well.
camp.
But heed my words. The Horned Ones mentioned a camp. One there, a creche must... I will be at your...
Alright, let's actually go to camp, because I think we're going to... For now, we want to bring Lae'zel, because we're going to need the melee combat. I'll be... So my plan for this playthrough, I'm going to be kind of building based on what I feel like we really just need. I will be using mostly builds that I've posted on my channel. So for example, I think I'm probably going to go with Shadowheart using the support cleric build that I posted, the light cleric build. Astarion, I think, is probably going to end up as a Gloomstalker assassin rogue, because I think that will be very helpful for damage, and we will give him, if I can find it, the blind immunity ring, and then he and my main character can hang out in a darkness cloud and just DPS all fight. And then I'm not sure what I'm going to do with Lae'zel yet. We might make her a throwing build. We might make her a... Because those have now been nerfed, so... Nerfed, or not nerfed. They've been brought in line with what they were supposed to be like, rather than the incredibly broken nonsense that was happening before. The bugs are gone with throwing builds, so now I can actually ethically use them. For now, I'm going to have Gale stay behind. So I might try making Lae'zel a throwing build.
Not a collaboration I'd have anticipated, but a welcome one nonetheless.
We'll talk about do these things. Actually, I'd better do these, because if you skip some of these dialogue options, they just go away forever.
Let's see. I hail from Waterdeep, city of splendor.
So I'm gonna... We all know this stuff, I'm just gonna skip through it really fast.
Certainly. That I have a great respect for privacy, for instance, especially my own.
Oh, I forgot that one. I thought that was the way to get approval from him, but...
Memory loss isn't usually a symptom of ceremorphosis. Then again, if ceremorphosis takes place, all trace of your former... We all have. I once wished
Oops.
a most impure demise on a colleague of mine. The last remaining
you go talk to
ethereal
Gale and you're like,
of enchanting
Gale, I'm
eases.
suffering from
First
intrusive,
edition
violent
too.
thoughts. Please help. And
As
he's like,
regards your own morbid little
nothing to
fantasies,
worry
I'm sure
about.
there's nothing to worry about. So long as they remain fantasies. I question the wisdom of that decision, but so be it. I'll be here.
Chatter already.
all right. Wow, this is not the most appropriate line of dialogue. Let's do it.
I expect I am your first. Of course you haven't. They would have cut you from navel to neck. You are no less alien to me than that large, fleshy nose of yours looks like a mistake. It was an observation, not a compliment. No matter. I do not intend to stay long in this place. I understand much beyond your comprehension. More to the point, I know the cure for our condition. It is imperative we locate a creche. You do well to observe more and question less.
Yeah, so I decided not to cut Gale's hand off for the Dark Urge because I think there's a decent chance we go evil in this playthrough, and lose out on Karlach and Will. So I wanted to have as many companions as possible in that playthrough, basically. Do you know what happens if we don't find this cure? Yeah, we're just gonna...
Then you have ceased to exist.
Like I said...
And a mind flayer is born. Words forged in steel. We must... The first symptoms should have long since started. Yes, but besides, what hasn't happened may yet... Ceramorphosis take... But our tadpoles are far from ordinary. Many a good warrior savors the scent of blood in the air.
See, it makes sense that you tell Lae'zel you want to kill everything, and she's like, yeah, obviously. So does everyone, moron.
My suggestion. Attack with purpose and savor your kills. And if the urge proves too much, well, I'm sure we can find you a goblin or two to carve up. It is done.
Alright, and then we're just going to quickly speed through the other initial companion dialogues to make sure we're getting those out of the way.
The latest in a very look at me twice and I'll dismember you kind of... Oh, what's to tell? I'm a magistrate back in the city.
Well, thanks for the info, Astarion.
Lae'zel has a dangerous look in her eyes. Let's just hope she reserves those impulses for any common foes. I understand why you ask, but memory loss is not as uncommon as you'd think. There may be other causes.
Alright.
We haven't gone all that far yet. What are you referring to exactly? Must I? Find a way. I'm not too hopeful that a Gith creche will actually prove ourselves. I suppose we'd go our separate ways. Not a slight on your Perhaps. There's someone waiting for me there. Someone I have to reach. Thank you. And you're right. It's a delicate matter. Not something...
Once again, just kind of speeding through this dialogue because we know all this stuff. I think if we ask about the artifact, she disapproves. I think we should get to know each other a little more. I forget if you just lose approval for that. I'm going to try this one.
No harm in a little mystery, don't you think?
Right, and then we can do, if you're not comfortable, I won't press you, and we get
I'm sure we'll
some
get
approval
along
there.
Perfectly well.
And then we do
There's
this
no
one,
story.
no story.
None that you're entitled to hear anyway.
There we go.
Just forget you ever saw it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they can't make the Dark Urge dialogue too different, because that would end up pretty weird, but... Or just, like, pretty hard to program. I mean, already... This game has way more differences in story path than you would expect. Alright, and we level up. Lae'zel gets Action Surge. Soon we will get her pants. And then we'll really be talking. And let's also give her a sword. Because we stole this from the guy. We've got a crossbow for Astarion, so Lae'zel can keep the other one because our other characters all have inherent ranged attacks. Alright, and we are ready to get back on the road here. Yeah, I know the spoilers for the Dark Urge story. I just haven't played through it all the way.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Alright, so we basically have two choices at this point. We can go up here and take the goblin fight to get into the grove. Or we can go do the ruins first. The ruins are a surprisingly tough fight in some circumstances. But the goblin fight at the entryway, I think you maybe want to be level 3. Another option is we could book it straight west and try to get Karlach early, but we are not by any means ready to fight the paladins there.
Let's get going.
So if you approach from up here, this is a much better way to approach this combat if you're going to end up in combat with these guys. Because you can start by taking out this guy who's an archer on the high ground. So you want to approach from the west here. Alright, let's take this hat off. Yeah, so if we fail the dialogue check to go into the ruins, I may just not go in. And just give up on that XP. I think the guys leave, but if you wait too many long rests... Alright, so here's our next sort of tough fight, I think.
No, what? Or is it the ship you're after? Don't matter either way. It's ours. All of it.
So, generally... So if we just... Oh, that's interesting. I haven't done just attack. Let's go with maybe I'm looking around.
The only...
I don't know if we just attack if we get a surprise round, actually. Maybe I should have tried that. Alright, so we won initiative. Our whole party did, which is nice. We've got... So they have... the most dangerous person is probably the one on the other side here, this wizard. But we will give the wizard a turn. She can run up and do some... Cast one spell, and that's fine. But this way we at least get next to the... get next to the archer.
I am fury. I am death.
You actually, even though the archer is very conveniently positioned to be pushed onto the ground, you actually don't want to do that. I also didn't short rest before this fight, so we don't have Warlock spells, but that's honestly okay. I'd rather short rest after the fight and get Action Surge back.
Got to keep fighting.
So let's start with... I could start with Bless on everybody, and that's probably a good plan. I also should probably have had Astarion in stealth before this fight. The reason you don't want to push him off is because it only does like a d6 of damage when he falls this far, and then he lives and is now out of melee with your melee characters. At least that's been my experience.
Taste my fury.
Oh, come on, Lae'zel. Really? Alright, we'll Action Surge. You're blessed and everything. Okay, well, this is this could be going better. We'll have Astarion do a sneak attack. Alright, so that's 14. And then I need Shadowheart to move here and block the doorway. And then we'll have Astarion go around behind her so that he's not taking damage. Although we could also have him run up and make an offhand dagger attack. Actually, that's probably better. Because this makes it very likely that our Eldritch Blast finishes this guy off. Then we're going to have Lae'zel step up to here to kind of control space. Make sure everyone has melee weapons equipped. And then our Warlock. We've got a point of armor of Agathis. This guy's two-handed weapon could drop us. Basically, I don't want them to be able to get into melee with every ranged character in our party at once. So I'm going to step my main character back here behind Shadowheart. They might be able to take out Astarion, but that's okay. Yeah, that was pretty embarrassing. Okay, so Astarion is dazed, which gives him no reaction, but that's okay. We don't really care about his reaction. What we want to do is have him help, because he can still apply sneak attack as long as this guy is threatened by somebody else. So as long as we get Lae'zel up. So we're going to go with the help action. So now Lae'zel has... Oh, she actually still has her action. Usually when you lose your action, it stops you from acting. So that's really interesting that we actually get to keep our action here. Shadowheart also maintained concentration on Bless, which is nice. Let's see. So we want to kill Gimblebach, but... because he's a two-handed weapon user, so he's a little more dangerous. But we have Tamon threatened by both of our major damage dealers. So what we're going to do is have Lae'zel attack. So 75% offhand attack with Astarion. I guess we're always doing that first, and we're never doing... What I'm trying to decide here is whether I'm going to use something like Invoke Duplicity to give advantage, or Guiding Bolt. We could also cast a command spell. I don't think we actually need to use a spell for Shadowheart here.
Swift and lethal.
So I think we're going to avoid that, but I might use Invoke Duplicity to give these two advantage. Because if we do this, right... Actually, is this within 10 feet of all of them? Invoke Duplicity irritates me for a lot of reasons. One, it's weak. It's a weak use of an action. Two, it doesn't show a preview of how big the radius is. Why does it not show a preview of how big the radius is? If I place it here, will it affect both enemies? How will I know? I mean, come on. We're going to give it a shot, though. Because this is basically the only combat where it's ever going to come up, so... Alright, it did affect both enemies.
Still breathing, despite everything.
So now we should have advantage on both of these attacks. There we go. That's good damage. Astarion can use a sneak attack, an offhand sneak attack. Oh, also let me actually set up his... we gotta set up everyone's spellbooks properly. Reaction. Ask, 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 ask. Why does... Oh, Lae'zel doesn't have opportunity attacks because she's dazed. That's funny.
I'm ready.
Okay, so Astarion needs to work his way around so that he still has the invoke duplicity advantage. And we will use sneak attack. Great, we got him. We'll have Lae'zel step up to here to threaten this guy. Astarion is going to back up.
Another fight. Let's go.
Disadvantage, so we need to back away because we were too close. And that's all our actions used. Ask for opportunity attack for a number of reasons. One is there's often better uses for your reaction. So if you have, like, let's say you have a character that has counterspell and a melee weapon. You don't want them wasting their opportunity attack as a mage on doing, like, 3 damage or missing their opportunity attack when they could have cutting words or counterspell or something super important like that. We don't need to cast any spells here. I think we'll be okay. Alright, so the main thing is, what's this wizard going to do? Knock Lae'zel over and do some damage. Lae'zel stands up. This is great. The illusory duplicate is dead.
Swift and lethal.
Did Shadowheart lose? Yeah, she lost concentration on Bless. Oh, because I cast Invoke Duplicity, which is concentration. That's the other reason Invoke Duplicity is really annoying. I forgot it's concentration. Alright, I should just unbind this, because it's such a terrible action. I was like, oh hey, we get a good use of Invoke Duplicity for once. Nope. At this point, we're basically just rolling dice until somebody dies, though. There's not a lot of clever things that we can do. I can shove him into the ice. So that's something moderately clever we can do. Let's see, if Lae'zel can't move anywhere, Shadowheart can try to push him into the ice, I guess. No such luck, that's okay. I do want to start picking away at the mage. So if we do this, that would put us on the ice. I could go to here and jump over it, maybe. So I think what we're going to do is walk to here, because I'm going to need to... we won't have the jump distance to clear the ice, since we are an 8-strength character, so we're just going to focus on hitting Gimblebach for now. Or missing Gimblebach, as the case may be. And Astarion, you are going to sneak attack him, because we can't use sneak attack here. We could also use sneak attack and an offhand attack. This doesn't place us on the ice, so we could do a piercing strike, which does gaping wounds. If I was doing that, I should have done this earlier, but it is worth doing anyways. And yes, we'll use sneak attack there, and then we'll do an offhand strike as well. Alright, so that was a pretty bad round of combat, but... do we need to use second wind? I think we're safe to not use second wind here. I have another ice knife. That's fine. Okay. He uses second wind, so now Lae'zel needs to use second wind as well. With her bonus action. This guy's got 3 level 1 spells. I hope she can't cast any more. Oh, nice. So attacking there did melt the ice. That's good. Yeah, I guess we're just doing... basically just trying to do as much damage as possible. This offhand attack has a decent chance of killing him if we hit, which we didn't. Shadowheart's attack has a decent chance of killing him if we hit, which we did. Huzzah! And then we can have this character run up and do a 70% shot anyways. Alright. We're experiencing honor mode. You know, that's XCOM, baby. Let's go grab this guy's stuff because I actually... Can I equip a shield straight to... Nah, we don't have enough actions, but I will just take all his stuff. We at least now have a shield that we can use for our next fight, which will increase our AC by a lot. I also want to spread my characters out, so we're going to have Lae'zel start running towards her, and Shadowheart is going to be over here. And the rest of that's fine. Actually, can we make her run forward? Nah, probably not. I was considering if we could get her to run far enough forward. Oh, whoops. Did I put Lae'zel? I put Lae'zel in the vines.
Can't even catch my breath.
There we go. 12 damage hit. And we get an archery hit from Astarion, hopefully. And you want to fire your attack? Okay. It was just really laggy. So we took a lot of damage there, but that was not my cleanest fight ever, but we made it out. We're going to short rest, get our Warlock spells back, as well as our fighter health.
Let's move.
We get Scale Mail, which is a heavy armor, so nobody can wear this right now. Oh no, that's a medium armor. I'm not sure. Does Shadowheart have better armor than that yet? You have to avoid stepping on this cracked stone. Astarion is doing his level best because you can... okay, I'm actually going to have my characters not follow each other right now.
Time and the elements have left.
Because if you step directly on the stone here, you can fall through into the ruins.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Ooh, that doesn't look comfortable. Oh no. Oh, well, we really messed this person up.
Let's have a look.
Alright. Let's sort out our inventory because we just picked up a bunch of stuff. So we've got Shadowheart has, yeah, she has a chain shirt, so the Scale Mail is better AC. Our main character now gets to have a shield, which is going to increase our AC significantly, so that's great. I am going to split this stack and keep one on our main character, give one to Lae'zel, because an extra attack in some combats could be useful. Astarion's going to take the special arrows. All the rest of this stuff is just for selling. Nothing that we need to worry about. Yeah, Astarion's in padded armor. We're in padded armor. So the leather armor is exactly as good.
What's next, I wonder?
No one stopped me yet.
Great.
Very well.
Something over there.
Yeah, we don't get a shovel until later on, so we can't dig that up, but that's okay. So you can go in through this hatch. Oh, I also need to pass Astarion all of our lockpicking tools. Just break it and characters will start pathing around. I do not trust the character pathing in this game when it comes to stuff like that. We're just gonna move them one at a time around.
What's next? This way.
Trust no one. Moving.
I have a shovel? Oh yeah, I do have a shovel. Good call.
One day I'll catch a break.
Alright, everyone else stay here. We're going to dig.
Seems simple enough.
Yeah, one of those guys, I guess, now has a shovel. They did say one of the things they mentioned in the patch notes was that these guys in the ruins have more stuff. They have, like, thieves' tools and stuff. So you don't have to leave the ruins and come back to disarm traps and things like that.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood. An efficient path.
Never a dull moment.
Instantly walk into these vines. Ooh, garlic.
Time to press ahead.
Very worth the time I spent opening that door. Alright, so now we've got another dialogue check, and this is another one where if we fail it, it has some negative consequences. Southeast corner of the ruin near the balcony also have a mound. Oh, a mound, yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about, like, the loot
Everything all right out there?
too much. If we have it, then... Alright, so deception is better for us, right? Because we have proficiency. Nailed it.
I told him it wasn't safe out there. Get inside and I'll rustle up some bandages.
Who the hell? You're dead!
Alright, so this guy is surprised, so we have a full round of combat to take him out before anything happens. I'm not going to spend resources on this at all. $12 damage to him. We'll have Lae'zel hit him. And down he goes. Yeah, I'm glad they changed this. Oh, nice, a short sword. Short sword, actually, I should have checked for if we had one of those earlier, but that's nice because we can increase Astarion's melee damage with a short sword. Do we have another one kicking around? Yes, okay, great. That just increases his damage and his offhand damage a little from having 2 daggers.
And, well, in it.
So there's one enemy behind this door, and then there's 4 more enemies in the building. We're gonna try to take out the one enemy behind this door without alerting the others.
Who are those prayers for?
Ancient, indecipherable text covers.
But let's do some quick looting. I don't need these candles.
Whoever worshipped here must be long gone.
Books are worth some money, so you usually pick them up. Actually, I'll take the candles. I guess you never know when stuff like that will come in handy.
I like it.
Thanks, Asarian. I did accidentally talk to you. You cannot sit at my lunch table, but I appreciate the compliment.
Always room for more.
Does anyone know, I saw... I didn't check for this in camp, I forgot to. I saw in one of the like Reddit threads that they have removed the camp stat for honor mode, which just sounds like an unnecessary irritation. Does anyone know if that's actually true or not? I can go check next time we go to camp, of course, but... Water. So it's actually worth picking up water. There's a lot of times where you need water. Okay, untrue. Good. Because that really just sounded like a really stupid decision. I know there's some weird stuff that can happen with... we'll put everyone into stealth here. There's some weird stuff that can happen with splitting stacks and stuff like that. There's some exploits that are available, so I could understand if they were trying to get rid of those, but I wish that they would just, you know, not mess everything up to do that. So we're going to have... We're gonna put this brazier out so we're not in, so we're in darkness. Lae'zel does give off light, right, with the flaming sword? Oh no, she still doesn't. Okay, cool. So let's go into turn-based mode just to make things a little easier to manage. With my... I thought we had the key to this door.
I just want a little look.
Or this lever opens the door. Alright, let's exit turn-based mode and pass a turn. Enter turn-based mode. We will have Shadowheart, who's least likely to need her action. Hit the lever. Hit the lever. And then we need to wait for environmental effects. There we go. Okay. So now Shadowheart, get back out of here. Why are you having to roll stealth checks? Because what I want is to start this fight with a sneak attack from Astarion, basically. With a ranged sneak attack from Astarion, please. Nine damage? Well, that was sad. Did it not apply sneak attack? Okay, no it did. Just a bad damage roll, that's fine. Alright, and then we can have everyone else join in this combat as well. Can you... Shadowheart, please?
Need to keep focused.
I can be subtle sometimes.
Path is interrupted because of Astarion.
Lies before me.
Joined battle, that's fine. Lae'zel go to here and then fire.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
The DRS system is damage rider source, and honestly, if you aren't playing on like ridiculous modded modes, basically it's a bunch of bugs that were present in the game, and if you aren't playing on modded modes where enemies have HP in the actual tens of thousands, then you just don't need to know about it. It was a way to stack huge amounts of damage multiple times on the same attack, because each time you had a separate damage source, like a ring that added a d4 damage, it was proccing every single bonus to every single attack. Every single bonus from every single source on every instance of that damage. So if you had like if you threw a weapon and had Tavern Brawler and then had a ring that had the Ring of Flinging that did an extra d4 of damage on that, it was also again applying the Tavern Brawler bonus, and then that bonus was again applying the Ring of Flinging damage, and if you could multiply these stacks together to get damage output in the thousands per round. But in any reasonable play pattern, you wouldn't do that. So, it's a fix, but one that most players will never have encountered.
If not over, then through might be useful.
So now, rather than a good amount of damage being in the thousands, a reasonable amount of damage for a round is like in the 80 to 100 range, which makes the game a lot more fun. So there's another set of enemies through this doorway, which means we can safely explore for a bit. Ooh, 2 feathers. Truly, it was worth coming in here. Yeah. There were a lot of guides on YouTube about that kind of thing. My guides didn't use it because I assumed they would nerf it someday, and I feel very justified in that. As they have now done so. Alright, again, we want everyone stealthed. Hello, thanks for stopping in, Laura. Welcome.
Best think ahead, or I'm lost.
My patience wanes.
Alright, so we want to get a surprise round on these guys, which means that we're going to, again, enter turn-based mode just for safety's sake. We're going to have Shadowheart open the door, although I probably am going to have her bless before we start this combat, because this is going to be a fairly tough combat. That being said, we're on our last spell for the day for her. I think that's still a bless is going to be the best use of our spell slot anyways. So we'll have her cast, then we're going to have her... we're going to exit turn-based mode, or I guess we're going to pass the turn. Then we'll have... Nope. We'll have Shadowheart hide. Does crouching while invisible break invisible? No, it doesn't. Yeah, only attacking or casting a spell should break invisibility. Awesome. Yeah, I'm glad that you enjoyed the Brotato guides. Those were really fun to make, and I'm still enjoying playing. Alright, enter turn-based mode again. We only have 8 turns of Bless, but if this combat takes more than 8 turns, something has gone terribly wrong. We're going to have Astarion here, and we're going to have Shadowheart be the one to open the door. So we can see these guys are all facing away from us, so we can get a surprise round on them. And again, we're going to start this fight with a sneak attack from Astarion. This guy is... So these enemies, we've got a ranged attacker, a bow user, we've got a barbarian. We've got... Or no, so here's the barbarian. This guy is just a fighter, right? And then the spellcaster at the back. We're not going to be able to start the fight by attacking the spellcaster, I don't think. Actually, maybe. What if we... Nah, because she's behind this pillar. There's not going to be a good way to draw line of sight. I think what we're going to do is we'll try to pull the fight back. So we're just going to start by shooting this guy. Oh, okay. So Astarion made a stealth check. We could then try to not start the fight with everyone and just keep picking away from the shadows. I honestly don't enjoy doing that, though, so we're just going to have our other characters make our attacks as well. Having done that, Lae'zel can... So this guy turned around and now does have a line of sight through the doorway. We could try to draw a line of attack there. We could also just close the door. That would be pretty funny. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to have Lae'zel stand here on the opposite side of the corner so she can't be seen easily. And then Astarion's going to re-enter stealth. Wait, he should be able to re-enter stealth. Yeah, there we go. Cunning action hide. And my main character is just going to back up around the corner again because she's not hidden. Shadowheart will also back up around the corner. And then we will pass the turn. Just kind of see what the enemies do. I want to draw this fight forwards into the choke point. There we go. So they saw us. They aren't. We don't get a surprise round on them, but like this guy's so far back, and we get the first turn, basically, which is really nice. Lae'zel is still hidden. That's funny. I hadn't seen her. So yeah, actually, we're going to open with her attack, I think. Let's go with the Lacerate attack. Lae'zel! Lae'zel, please! You're embarrassing all of us. 75% with Bless. Oh, wow. How did she lose so much Bless duration? I guess because she wasn't in this fight. It was just like passing her turn over and over again. That's pretty dumb. And then Astarion has 75%, or with a melee attack, also 75%. But we could do a piercing strike on that one. He lost his hide, so I could have him cunning action hide and then do an advantage attack. That's probably better. Oh, no, he's in a lit area. I should have put out the candles out here. That was kind of dumb.
Can't afford to let up.
Yeah, Lae'zel has so far not impressed in her 50%, or we get a 55% just with an attack.
Fall, damn you.
Nothing important is ever easy. Time to press ahead.
So then I can Hex, and then we can transfer the Hex next round. Let's Hex Khan. Hopefully we just kill this guy. Got him. Alright, and then for movement, I actually want everyone to back up a little bit out of the doorway so that they have weirder angles to try to shoot us with.
No choice but to keep going.
Alright, and turn. So now we've forced this enemy to dash. This enemy also dashes, and they're wasting both their turns. You really don't have to be like this careful in these fights, but just because it's our first time on honor mode. Let's see, does this count as a clearly lit area? And can Lae'zel reach with a jump? Yes, she can get melee with that guy. Can she get melee with this person? No. Let's just get melee with this person. %. Alright, Lae'zel. You gonna embarrass us again? Okay, good. So that means I probably don't need... let's use the cunning action hide and see if we can get a stealth attack. Can I get a sneak attack on the wizard? Can't have disadvantage. Okay, 99%. Light crossbow sneak attack. So there we got a 12 damage shot on the wizard. We're in melee with the ranger, so I'm going to reapply Hex to... Actually, I guess we don't really need Hex. So I'll save my reapplication of Hex. We're going to take a 90% shot against this person.
Let's get this over with.
Got him. And then we can do our Hex reapplication here.
Can't give up.
And then can we get a 45%, 55%? Yeah, we'll just take the 55%. 1 damage from Shadowheart. Nice.
Another fight. Let's go.
Alright, this won't be a perfect fight because we are going to take... They will get a turn, but notice how we took this fight in such a way that the enemies got very minimal turns in order to actually do anything. And then they had to make a disadvantage ranged attack. They did hit for 2 damage, so that's mildly annoying. But let's give our Dark Urge the kill just because that's fun. If we can. Boom.
No time to rest.
So again, you don't need to take those fights that carefully, but it's kind of fun to do that. Give some javelins to everybody because they're heavy.
Best be on my way.
Alright, I'm hoping Lizelle can get her shit together before we have to do difficult fights. I like that we now just have a thing on our head forever.
I'll take that.
Let's read this one, just because it's called out specifically. Yeah, you can definitely get to the point where you just can't fail stealth checks and can just continuously fire arrows. The Dark Urge is a half-drow Warlock currently.
You do not recognize
I'm going to be going for probably something very close to the Blaster Warlock build that I posted. Push the button. Do some random stuff. How close are we to leveling, actually? Alright, we should be able to hit level 3 before we take the fight at the entrance to the Grove. Assuming we don't fail some trap checks here and just all die instantly.
Something good here.
Oh, I like it. Homely.
Oh no, you just died on that fight? Man, yeah, that fight is really hard. I think. Like, it looked easy there because we got the drop on them with stealth, but at this level you don't have a lot of tools, so that fight can be really tough. What are my thoughts on the haste nerf? I like it. In fact, I wish they'd nerfed it more. In Tabletop 5th edition, you cannot cast 2 spells in the same turn, except for cantrips. So you can cast 1 leveled spell and 1 cantrip. That restriction doesn't exist in Baldur's Gate, so haste is ridiculously powerful for spellcasters. And I don't like that. I don't like that haste is so much better than the other on-level concentration spells. It's really not balanced around that. In Tabletop 5th edition, with those restrictions, it's still one of the best level 3 spells in the game. The haste nerf is for honor mode only. It you can no longer benefit from extra attacks during a haste action. So you have if you have a haste action, you can only make 1 attack on it, even if you have extra attack on that character. And that's only on honor mode. There's it's unchanged on tactician. And it's I wouldn't even really call it a nerf. It's undoing a buff from the tabletop version. Alright, I don't remember actually which way we're supposed to go in this. So that's how we get out, right? We go this way?
There's nothing.
Okay, no, this is the trapped room. The fight is to our left. Great. We're going to leave the trapped room for now, and then we'll have Astarion solo it later on.
How delicious. Hardly a challenge.
gonna feel weird not just save scumming all of these lockpicking rolls. In my actual gameplay, I wasn't bringing Astarion for both of the playthroughs that I've done, so and didn't have like a rogue in the party. So I was just like, you know what, we'll just save scum, opening chests and disarming traps. But now we can't do that.
Moving ahead.
All right, so here we're gonna go around to all these bodies and we're gonna take all their weapons.
I wonder what was so subversive about their words that they commanded protection.
Oh, I knew this would come back to bite us. All right, Lae'zel, how would you like 8 pieces of leather armor? Happy birthday.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Do I have any more build videos coming up? Yes! In fact, there's one going up tomorrow for the newly buffed druid. And then daily videos for the foreseeable future. For this game and other games. But I'm going to be doing a bunch of honor mode builds, because obviously the rule set changed a little bit. So we have to make some changes to what our builds are like.
What's inside?
So I don't know, actually, if you destroy these corpses, do they not wake up? Like, if we set these on fire? I don't want to do that because I might lose XP for it, but what we are going to do is just have one character open the door, and then I'm going to have Lae'zel stand next to the entombed warrior, I think. Actually, why don't you just stand next to this scribe, and then the warrior will run after us.
What now?
Hey, Seth, just wanted to say I've seen a ton of BG3 content. Yours has been the most informative. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I've been playing D&D for a long, long time. It's really nice that people enjoy the otherwise useless knowledge I've collected over the last 2 decades. And we'll just have Shadowheart hang out here, I guess. So our ranged characters are going to be back here. Shadowheart, actually, why don't you go get in melee contact with this scribe? And then Astarion's going to hide.
Alright.
And our main character is going to open the door. You don't have to be this careful for this, for this fight. This is not a hard fight. But just because this is my first time through honor mode, and it would be really embarrassing to lose these fights. Live on stream here. Wait, why did... Oh, Astarion didn't roll initiative. Okay, well, we'll have him join the combat by making an attack. And, yeah, he can just help out Shadowheart here. Trying to draw this line properly because it might mess everything up. Let's make sure this is a sneak attack. There we go.
Time to push my luck again.
And then actually, can he run up and bonus action attack? No. I should have put him a little further up so he could use a bonus action dagger.
Blood comes easy these days.
Let's see. This one... We're gonna have our main character go do a hex to the warrior. I could try to like pass the hex around, but I think what we're gonna do is just DPS this character with Eldritch Blasts. 55%, that's kind of weak. Alright, we hit. That's good. Lae'zel, you're just gonna bash this guy. Got him. So, The reason I did it this way is now we're above the Entombed Warrior, so it's going to have to make a dash on its turn, and we should be able to now get into use jump to get into melee contact with this guy if I can precisely enough place the jump.
In my best interest.
What? I hate when it does that, when it eats your movement speed. Alright, well, we don't get to be in melee contact. That's fine. It's so irritating that it will show a move preview, and then you won't be able to make that move. And then, Shadowheart, why don't you just bonk this guy? Hopefully that finishes him. Oh, nice. And Astarion, we're going to have him cunning action dash, just so I can reposition him somewhere slightly more useful, back up here, so he can get in range to make attacks. Alright, his turn's over. Main character is going to stay here. Actually, back up a little bit. Not too much, so we can still get in range if the warrior goes the other way. Lae'zel screwed up. I have to say, Lae'zel is continuing to not impress in this playthrough. Wow. Who throws a rock? Alright, can we... What's that from? Anchorman? Who throws a shoe?
Death won't take me yet.
Alright, and we're still out of range of this thing. We can actually get quite a bit closer without being in danger of it getting in contact here. So these fog clouds are actually good for us, incidentally. You shouldn't cast fog cloud on an enemy. Can we make a sneak attack against this guy? No, we could make one against this guy. Oh, it doesn't understand. Astarion is not hidden currently. Let's do that. March him up to here.
This way.
Austin Powers, of course. Alright, Astarion, that was, you're in danger of becoming the Lae'zel of the team. I will use Second Wind just to prevent any shenanigans.
This is your end.
Let's have some courage.
Alright, and Shadowheart, you should be able to do this. for 1 damage. And we'll just move forward. Actually, I'm gonna stick her in the fog cloud. Now they can't do anything. What? With the wait, how did he do that? Hang on. Hang on. Shadowheart's in fog cloud. She should be immune to ranged attacks from outside the cloud. This Entombed Warrior is cheating. So, I don't know if we can get enough distance to actually get an angle on these guys. We'll use a jump to try to. Come on. Path is interrupted because it's going through the railing. We could just take this shot, but I'd rather take a shot against that guy. 45% because we're on low ground, or 75%. I guess we'll take the shot at the scribe here. 11 damage.
I am fury. I am death. It doesn't.
A miss, and We'll do the pummel strike too.
Can't give up. Not now.
And then hopefully this 65%. No, they save. That's okay. I can have Shadowheart get in melee with the scribe though. Oh no, not quite. All right, well we tried. Astarion though can make a sneak attack. Probably just make a sneak attack against this guy. I don't really care if the scribe gets an extra turn. All right, Astarion messed up as well.
Time to strike.
I took Agonizing Blast and Devil Sight, so we can see through darkness and add our Charisma to damage for my Eldritch Invocations. Alright, how about Shadowheart? Why don't you just run up and bonk him?
Time to deal some punishment.
Victory awaits.
And then Astarion needs to Cunning Action Hide, and then make his ranged attack. And there it goes.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Swift as my feet can carry.
Alright, so we took a little bit of Throw Stones damage because the warrior there was cheating. Well, let's go talk to Withers.
Here lies the guardian of tombs. Through knowledge comes atonement.
And yeah, we'll take that because getting Speak with Dead is nice. And then for Eldritch Invocations at level 3, I'll take Repelling Blast. Alright,
So,
everyone's met Withers before, so we're gonna skip through his dialogue, because you don't actually,
what is the worth?
Oh, actually, maybe there's some unique Dark Urge dialogue. Yes, ask away.
I ask again. What is the worth?
Okay. This sequence should definitely have a unique Dark Urge response. I mean, I know we can say this, but actually, maybe this one is unique to Dark Urge. You know what? Let's do it.
Some do. Yes. Very well. We will see.
Oh, we found a fancy coin. Arcane Cultivation.
Strange coin. I wonder what it's worth.
Hey, what's up, Withers? Wait, why are you coming back?
Something the matter?
Oh no, that was Shadowheart. Oh no, Withers is just going back to bed.
Parchment and bone dust. Still comforting.
Can't remember if there's any loot over here.
Please.
Alright, there isn't. And I can't remember if there's any loot down here. So we're just going to explore. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've played the, like, beginning of Act 1. Because for my build testing, I mostly just start them in Act 3 if I'm going to have to test a fight or anything. This drops a ladder. Let's not stand right under it. Oh, okay. Well, Astarion stood right under it. It would be really funny if he just died there. You know, if I were programming the game, Astarion standing under the ladder and just getting flattened would be.
I'll give it a shot.
You know, Astarion's choices are his own to make. The main character, she's not standing under the ladder. This moron, you know. All right.
This book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive lock.
Warlock charisma bonus, and we can grab guidance. Oh no! I can't remember if it's actually important to pass this check, but we're going to use an inspiration die anyways. You get a lot of inspiration in this game, so you should just use it. Oh right, it's Shadowheart approval, and it's another inspiration, I think, too.
A loose page comes with it. Magic pulses from what was once script is now an obliterated scrawl. You have a sense
Right, we have to
these are
pass the
names,
religion
a
check.
list. But of what?
Hey, we did it.
Gods. These are the names of gods. What the last three names in this book? Entire pantheons.
Yeah, because if we pass that, we get the inspiration back anyways, so... Ring mail, we don't need this heavy armor. Actually, do we want somebody to have a pike? My main character actually could have a pike. We're proficient, because we've got the human proficiencies. So, let's do that for now. That gives us, like, hilarious opportunity attacks. Oh no, we have a shield. Never mind. Obviously, we don't want to give up the shield for the stupid pike. Yeah, no, it's I think both Gale and Shadowheart get inspiration from that one. So I think we did miss out on one inspiration by not having Gale, but we still get Shadowhearts. Alright. Alright, everybody else, you're standing back here. And Astarion, you are doing the thing.
There are traps about.
And I'm pretty sure if we just disarm... We don't have to disarm every trap. I mean, I guess we can do the, block the vent that way. But, I'm pretty sure if we just disarm this, it's fine. We don't have to disarm every trap in the room. Nobody remind me, because this would be a very funny way to lose the run. And we get a nice little dagger and a key. And then I think that's all we need to do. In here, we'll have just Astarion risk it.
Someone's left a trap.
Halberd. And a bone.
A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors.
Yeah, we at least have a couple tries at that one because we've got inspiration still. Alright. Everyone else can come with, and we've cleared the ruin, I'm pretty sure. That's all the rooms, right? Anyone remember if there's more rooms in that ruin? And then, yeah, if we go up here, we can do the cliff edge behind the ruin and get a little bit of extra stuff back here, I think. Soul coins are a really nice bonus because they last all day and don't take an elixir slot. They add a lot to Karlach's damage. It's not huge, but it's definitely present and worth grabbing.
Might be useful.
Right. It's just this. And then there's another mound we can dig, I think, but I'm not going to worry about, like, finding all that crap. Let's just go back over to here. Okay, now we've got the next fight. We are just shy of level 3, right? 117 XP to level. Is there anywhere we can grab XP before we take this fight? I don't think so. So this is where we're a little behind compared to where we would be if we had killed the tutorial boss. Do I think True Strike would be better if it worked like on the spear? Maybe be a bonus action weapon enchant cantrip that gives you advantage on the following turn if you miss an attack. Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways you could try to fix True Strike. I don't... One thing that I think is fine in game design is to have options that are worse than other options. Like, it's okay for some spells to be bad, because I think a great moment for people when you're learning a game is what they call a level up moment, where you figure out why True Strike is bad, and that feels good for players. Like, it gives you a moment of empowerment to go, oh wow, True Strike is bad and I understand why. That really works, like that adds up to a really nice moment for players. We're gonna short rest before this fight, I think. I don't think we actually need to long rest here. We're out of spells on Shadowheart, but I think we can take this fight without a long rest. I'm gonna try to save all of the characters in combat if possible, which will mean maybe throwing potions at them.
Brief respite.
Ash and meat.
And everyone get into stealth, because we're about to go into combat.
Something up ahead.
We should check it out, but be careful.
I like that these goblins don't exist until you enter the combat with them. But we can get up behind them on this. On this hill, we'll lead with Lae'zel, I guess. There's no dialogue choices we need to make, so we want her in front.
Open the bloody gate! Nobody gets in! Zevlor's orders! That pack of goblins will be on us any second!
Yeah, I'm kind of missing having True Strike. If only Lae'zel had it, she'd be hitting something ever.
Goblins here? Where is the druid? Please, there's no time!
Alright, yeah, we've got an angry dog.
Damnable roach! Provoke the blade and suffer its sting.
And here we see the last time Will make an appearance in this series, probably, because we're a Warlock already. Maybe we'll make him a bard or something. Alright, so in an ideal world, we will be able to take out this goblin Buyog before it makes a move. So if I go to here, I'm hoping I can draw a line of sight from there. Can we do that? Yes, we can. And down he goes. That was a great shot, too. Good job. Main character really pulling her weight. If only Lae'zel could learn something. Yeah, Will gets a little more interesting later, but he's not my favorite, I have to say. Oh no! Alright, we may not be able to save everyone's life here. Okay, Astarion should be able to make a sneak attack on somebody. Either this warg, or, I mean, we could just have him attack the tracker. I'd like to have him hit the bugbear or actually kill somebody. I mean, ideally we'd be able to get Zakrug pretty soon because he's going to kill Ramira if we're not careful. Ramira on her turn is going to run out of this range and then is gonna run out of range of this guy and take an attack of opportunity and like die. So we'll see. All right, I'm just gonna try to kill this tracker, and that will get us to the ability to attack with Lae'zel something else. Do I want to do that with a short sword? So short sword damage is d6 plus 3, or I could do d8 plus 3 with my crossbow, so we'll do the crossbow. And yes, we will use sneak attack. He doesn't quite get there, but hopefully with an offhand attack we can take that guy out. Alright, so that's unfortunate. So watch her provoke an attack of opportunity. Let me turn on character highlighting. It'll make this a little easier to figure out what's going on, too. Alright, at least they're critically missing as well. Okay, Shadowheart, why don't you run up and bonk this guy, maybe? Use your bonus action bonk. Oh, no, that's just a normal bonk. Alright. So, we're going to actually jump for that to try to gain a little more distance. Because we don't have another bonus action we want to do. Oh, come on! Okay, Barth taking some damage here. And then Barth missing. Alright, I'm just gonna have Lae'zel use her bonus action to pummel strike this guy and hopefully get him without having to 0 damage. Hit for 0 bludgeoning damage. Oh, I see, because I knocked him out. That's funny. And then we'll have Lae'zel walk to here. This is awkward. I've placed this so that she can't get through because I didn't actually kill this guy, he's still taking up space because I used a non-lethal attack on him. So I can't pass through that area and Lae'zel's having to walk all the way around. I probably will not stream the whole run, though who knows at this point. But generally speaking, long playthroughs like this don't work on... Oh yeah, shove would have been better, actually. You're completely right. Don't work very well on YouTube in terms of viewership. But what my intention is I'm going to do videos of the boss fights as we go, especially the later, more exciting boss fights. So that will hopefully give us, give people like a really fun way to see what's going on in the battles.
These boots have seen everything.
Yeah, we can use a hex on... What are these guys' AC? Hang on. The Warg has 13 AC, the Bugbear has 14 AC, so it's going to be a little faster to kill the Warg. So we'll Hex the Warg, try to do more consistent damage here. Alright. Doing consistently no damage, so that's nice. Aridin missing every attack. Zakrug hitting Ramira, but at least for very minimal damage. Will provoking an attack of opportunity on himself. Nice going, Will. At least he heals. Okay, can we kill this tracker with a sneak? No, we cannot. Can't have disadvantage against target, so we need to move up so we're not at maximum range. So now it's going to be a little easier to kill the Bugbear just because it's lower health. And we get the high ground advantage here. Do I want to kill this Brawler, actually? Nah, the NPCs will take care of the Brawler. Alright, 14 damage, that's great. And can we cunning action rehide? Yes, we can, actually. So I should have done that before. And then he can move down here where he'll have a little bit easier access to the enemies. Yeah, I don't think 80 supplies for long rest changes much. That's default on Tactician as well. Supplies are pretty easy to find, I have found, if you just loot a lot. I do try not to... There's Ramira provoking an attack of opportunity again. I do try not to abuse long rest too often. So we could actually maybe use... I could jump and take a bunch of damage on Shadowheart here. We could actually use Invoke Duplicity to give our allies advantage here, because we are out of spells on Shadowheart. So this is a case where Invoke Duplicity has some value. I don't actually know if it works for allied NPCs. I hope it does. Okay. What's better in terms of damage per round? 2 Paladin, 7 Swords Bard, 3 Thief, or 2 Paladin, 10 Bard. The Sword Bard version of that build will have better damage most of the time because you get extra attack from... oh no, yeah, you want both of those as Swords Bard. So yeah, the higher level spell slots are probably going to be more valuable overall, but... Let's actually have Lae'zel to make a ranged attack here. By jumping. But it's going to depend heavily on you build. On how you build it. Going to depend heavily on you build it. Yeah, Lae'zel's not going to be able to get into melee easily, so we're just going to have her try to kill this Brawler before it gets a turn. And then she can continue to run forward. We'll wait to use Action Surge until she's actually in range to attack stuff. Oh, great shot, Zevlor. Zevlor pulling his weight. I don't... Can I throw a potion all the way to Ramira? I can. So I'm actually going to do this because my goal here is to save all of the NPCs. Just for fun. And because we're on high ground, even with low strength, we can wonk her with a healing potion.
First step is the hardest.
Obviously, we couldn't do that as a bonus action, so we gave up an Eldritch Blast, but I think that was worth it if we're trying to keep them alive. And And you cannot easily get to the point where you can attack Zakrug, right? But you can just kill this warg, probably. So let's have Astarion just shoot the warg. Oh, nice critical hit. Nailed it. And then you're going to bonus action hide again. And move forward. So, is this going to reveal him when he walks into an ally sight range? No, good. Okay, the game's smart enough not to do that. She provokes the tricky one to keep alive here is Rhaenyra, because she provokes an attack of opportunity every single turn by running out of Zakrug's range. Whoa, 10 sacred flame damage. Oh, because he has gaping wounds. Lae'zel is not going to be able to reach, so we'll just make a ranged attack. And then run forward. Try to get her in front of Rhaenyra, actually. Switch to our melee weapon. And so now she's at least blocking this pathing a little bit. Alright, nice. We kept them all alive.
Inside, all of you, more may follow. Open the gate!
And we got an inspiration point. No one left behind from Lae'zel, which is great. Let me catch up on chat here. I was a little distracted just trying to finish that combat. Yeah, food is not that hard to come by usually. You can get free bread. That dude. Is it better to go for Monk Tavern Brawler or Druid Tavern Brawler now? In terms of sheer power level, I think you're going to be best off with Druid, though both have solid advantages. I haven't tested it yet, but I have a pretty cool idea for a Monk build that I will need to test before I can post it, but in a couple days I hopefully will have done that and can post it.
Should mind my step.
I wish this ritual staff did something. It's unique as far as I know. These don't show up anywhere else. Thank you, Ash. I appreciate that. And for more on Druid Tavern Brawler, wait for tomorrow, because I have a build guide for that already recorded, going up tomorrow. So I'd like to get rid of all this crap before we do other stuff, just clean up everyone's inventory, but I also am considering trying to go get Karlach. Getting Karlach at level 3 isn't great. We'll just give these to Astarion. I'm not sure why Astarion's still only level 2. I guess he didn't get XP for something. Oh, because everyone else has been getting inspirations. So he's like 10 XP behind. Let's do our level ups as well.
No one stopped me yet.
Actually, I am just going to quickly run to the bathroom. So I will be back and we'll level up our characters when I return. Don't go anywhere, but just gonna be back in a minute or two. Let's see if I can I do an ad break manually? Is that something YouTube lets you do? Insert ads. Yes, okay. So I'll be right back. And we're back. All right.
Is that blood?
Never
mind.
I think you can dismiss and have him rejoin, and he'll gain the missing XP. I think... Oh, yeah, so... Because he doesn't get the XP from Inspiration, but then he will gain XP to match the current party's XP. Is that how that works? I think we'll also just get the XP just for getting into the Grove when we talk to this guy. I think we get some quest XP rewards. Nobody got ads. That's fine. I mean, obviously ads are kind of annoying, and with 40 people watching, it's not like I'm making much money off of that. I just figured I might as well push the button. Ads do depend on like your region. It will only play an ad if there's an ad that it has to serve you. So if you're in a country that YouTube doesn't have, that, you know, nobody's bought ads in that market, then it just won't play an ad for you. So only some viewers are going to see ads whenever you play an ad.
Quick step.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have. How much farther can I go?
There are children here, you fool!
We was running for our lives.
You led them straight to us, and you let them take the druid too? Unbelievable!
Backstabbing. This feels just like home. Let's try to calm them down.
Shut it, Hawk! Mine, oh God forbid, foul bloods ain't known for courage.
Ooh. I can't remember. We have intimidation proficiency, right? So let's do that. Not intimidating today. Yeah, I'll use an inspiration on that. I think we get one if we stop them from... Alright, maybe it's not meant to be. Nope. Nope, we're burning more inspiration. I don't care. Yes, it is a literal button that you press in the like streaming interface. You press a button to insert an ad break. But YouTube also just inserts ad breaks all the time. So unless I specifically mention it, I'm not controlling the ads. And if you're watching my like videos, I have no control over where ads show up in those, so or how many ads show up.
The goblins have found us. At least we agree on that.
Am I going to kill the druids? I haven't decided yet whether we're doing a good playthrough or an evil playthrough. So one reason not to do an evil playthrough is that the fights are harder. I think killing the druids is generally easier than killing the goblins. So I really want to showcase like the hardest fights in the game in this heroic honor mode. I always say heroic. So taking the slightly easier path is something that I do want to avoid most of the time. But I really haven't decided. I might put it to a poll, which way we go. There's also a decent chance I just want to get Minthara for this playthrough. So yeah, we'll see. But before we talk to Zevlor here, let's do our level ups, because we're now level 3. So we get to take our Pact boon. So since folks have pointed out that you can still get Shovel if you take the... Don't take Pact of the Chain. I'm going to take Pact of the Tome. Not for the cantrips, which aren't particularly good, but for the higher level spells, which are very good. The best one is Haste, of course, but obviously Haste has been slightly nerfed on this difficulty setting. It's still really good, though. And I think it's going to be even better for Warlocks, because Eldritch Blast you can still just use twice at full effectiveness if you're hasted. So self-haste is still very good for Warlocks. And then, of course, we want access to Darkness. And we also, as a half-drow, get access to Fairy Fire. One thing that's nice about drow being Warlocks is that these spell DCs are based on your Charisma as a drow. And obviously we're raising Charisma. And then we're going to replace a spell. We're going to swap out Expeditious Retreat in for Misty Step. There's a chance that Cloud of Daggers is better, but I really like having a mobility option in case we get in trouble. So, like, because we're on heroic mode, something that we can always do is just run one character way away from combat and just, you know, live to fight another day. Then we'll have to come back and revivify our characters or whatever, but it's important to make these choices in a way that give me options for escaping bad situations. Shadowheart, we don't have any choices to make at this point, but we will prepare her spells. So let's get her. The most important spell for a cleric to have access to is Spiritual Weapon. This is a bonus action, non-concentration summon, which is super powerful because enemies will focus it. It also increases your damage significantly. Just a great spell to have. And for our second spell, we could take Hold Person, but Command is typically better than Hold Person for most circumstances, and you don't usually need both, so we're not going to worry about that. For our second spell here, we don't actually have anything that we need to have prepped, so I'll just keep Create Water prepped for now. So there's a couple swaps that I will make as we go into specific fights. For Astarion, we're going to make him an assassin. You've already seen the playstyle that we've been doing with that, and I intend to build him as an assassin Gloomstalker as we go. Especially because Assassin got a significant buff in the last patch where supposedly the action refund, so on your first turn of combat, you're supposed to restore your action and bonus action at the start of combat. And on our first turn of combat, we should now actually do that. Silence is fine, but it's hard to keep enemies inside of it, especially with this party where we don't really have any other lockdown. I mean, Silence is never a bad spell, don't get me wrong. And then for Lae'zel, I'm going to make her a Battle Master for now. I may decide to swap her to like an Eldritch Knight throwing build later on. But I just really like having a Battle Master, so we're going to take Riposte, and we will take Precision Attack, and we will take Trip Attack. There's actually a better way to beat that fight, and I will show you it when we get there. We have to talk to everyone first, but... in a couple minutes, we should be able to do that.
Aradin's a blowhard, but that's no cause for me to join him. I wouldn't have looked to a drow for help, but I'm grateful all the same. I'm Zevlor. Well met.
So I'm going to skip through a lot of this dialogue pretty quickly.
There have been... we can't stay. Perhaps you could persuade her. For more time to prepare, if nothing...
Really? We're messing.
Oh, right. I forgot that. That makes everyone mad if you agree right away. Oh, well. This is why I don't like having Astarion around a lot of the time, because he just gets annoyed when you accept quests. And, you know, I like accepting quests.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. I'm just waiting.
Let's go still steel cannon stuff here. I do have to be more careful about theft at this point in the game.
Does this count as adventuring? Have I
because you can't just reload because of random nonsense.
Seems like a good
And the game is not great at detecting theft. Do I have the tooltip button on my mouse yet? You mean like right-click to examine?
Refugees, adventurers.
This dialogue always plays later.
And thank you for beating back. Is there anything you need?
And bugs out because he doesn't start talking until halfway through the dialogue section.
Before too long.
Yep.
I know
I'll just do all the stuff. What about the people?
As for those that took refuge here, well, there just aren't enough supplies to supply. Nettie could put you to rights. Just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
Okay, now we can get rid of all this garbage. At least some of it. Alright, swap to barter. I like to use barter just so it's easier to visualize for me. Obviously, different people are going to approach this different ways. Just going to sell all these books, too. Truly the most annoying section of the game. Selling bowls and candles and books. Actually, I'm going to keep the candles because they do come up sometimes. This I'm going to send to camp. I don't think you ever use rope for anything. It's weird to have a D&D game where you don't use rope. Alright, so let's take a look at his stuff also. I don't think this guy has anything that you particularly need to get. Like, we could buy the Spell Thief, but this doesn't do anything for us. A +1 chain shirt is just 14 AC, so it's not better than what we've got. We could upgrade our armor class with the padded armor, +1 padded armor. The Ring of Flinging is important to buy if we want to build a throwing build later, so I will buy that. Ring Mail would let us increase our AC a little bit, but I'm fine just buying the Ring of Flinging here. Chain shirt and this javelin we don't need. Give me some money. Oh, I should equip this. I should actually equip Astarion with his stuff. I'm going to hang on to this shield because it's nice to just have a shield. Is this a grease bottle? Perfect, we'll keep that. I know you can maximize your income by doing, like, disguise self as the same race as the vendor and stuff like that. I just think that's all kind of a waste of time. Money is not something that we need to struggle with.
Sylvanas.
Hells! We can't just leave. They're kin!
I'll not... Can we all...
What's the...
Or yell louder. That's fine too.
So I'm going to persuade them to stay, even though if we decide to be evil, this does make that fight harder.
Thank you.
She's right.
Thank you, Roland.
What I don't have access to right now is speak with animals, which is actually kind of annoying. I really like having speak with animals to do the... We'll pick that up later, but... for now, I don't think there's anything else. We need to talk to Will, of course, and get him to join us.
Go on. Not bad. You just have to buy enough time to run. Come on. Well met.
The man's smile bends downward.
Yes, yes, we know you're the Blade of Frontiers.
Hell's great fires.
And he will never stop telling us that. Yes.
But we...
Your mind's
Shit! You saw her. Her name is Karlach. An archdevil soul. I trapped. She's out there now. Preying on the innocent. I don't kill her. She'll leave behind nothing but a trail of corpses. Just so you... But you'll need to... Still, when the time comes, a splendid...
Alright, off you go, Will. We will probably not see him again that often. Talk to this guy. I think we can get a...
for the kids. Spare a story or two.
Oh no, wait, it's this guy. We can get an inspiration by helping him out. Athletics. We could use detect thoughts on this, or insight. Let's go with detect thoughts. Think this is going to be easier.
He was only a boy. And I just...
And then we say this, and we get some approval as well as
You really know what you're doing. Oh, yes. I'll bite my tongue.
Some inspiration.
Hope, but I'll keep at it. Thank.
Which is great.
He stares right past you, as if you're invisible. Or boring.
Yep.
He's still staring right. You see nothing when you turn back. There's...
We failed our perception check there. That's okay. It is weird that this stuff in this cart isn't anybody's. You can just take it all. I don't really understand why they let you just grab stuff from this clearly locked chest.
I've got a long road ahead.
Couple dies.
Just be on my way.
Alright. Let's go get pickpocketed. We probably don't have the skill checks to pass this.
Whoa. Go on. Take this ring. It's lucky. You haven't seen... Go on. Take the ring and watch your fortune change.
Let's see. Do you think we can get this one? Oops, I forgot to give us guidance, actually, and failed the check as a result. That's fine.
Hard luck, lady. Call it. Heads or tails? I've got more where that came from. Real cheap, too. Interested?
And then we do not a magic ring. Blah, 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 blah.
Better things to sell than trinket. That's what I got.
And we got pickpocketed. I still don't think... I don't think there are any Easter eggs with these rings. And he doesn't have anything else. That's fine. When does it declare you use the Thieves' Tools? When you roll and don't use an inspiration. So if you use an inspiration, it won't use the Thieves' Tools. If you fail a skill check and don't re-roll using an inspiration, you'll waste the Thieves' Tools.
Nothing caught you.
You suddenly feel something moving against your back and turn.
Okay, nice. We didn't get pickpocketed. So we have to be nice.
I can't do this
And Astarion hates it. Wow, we're really angering them. That's funny.
Hey, you here to trade? Yeah, I know. I was standing right here telling her to rob you. I am... Now, do me a favor.
Again, I don't remember what all the dialogue options for this section are, so it's possible I'm gonna, like, not get approval, stuff like that, but...
Let my daughter go right now!
I'm not too worried about that.
Spawn, and you will wait for Korga's judgment. Now get back!
It's gonna be a while before we have to worry about whether we're romancing anyone at all, and if so, who. Which is the only thing approval, like, really matters for in this game. As far as I know. Alright, everyone's mad.
Lives are... We need...
You heard?
I'd sooner trek through the
We
nine
will take our
hells
quest.
Now our...
She was caught. Foolish child. Let them judge her.
Thank you.
Hurry!
You can see, having Astarion for this section is just so awful. He just gets mad every time you accept a quest.
Calm. You, step back. We'll not tolerate drow in here. Keep back.
A moment.
What? You.
I do wish I could understand you.
Alright, so there's a whole bunch of other stuff. We'll talk to these people, but first I'm going to go do this fight. We can also do Alfira's quest, which leads to other stuff later on. But before we do this fight, so we're going to go down to here. I don't remember exactly where it triggers, but there's something that we need to do in particular. So we're going to change out our spell slots. Because at level 2 we can get Calm Emotions, which stops you from being charmed. The harpy effect is a charm, so putting this on our spell, putting this on our characters makes us immune to the harpy effect. So we're going to wait to cast it until we get a little further down, but this is an easy way to prevent the harpy effect.
Onward then. Is someone singing?
It's beautiful.
So somewhere around here is where the where the trigger happens. I think I'm going to be on the safe side and cast Calm Emotions early. And then we'll just have to run.
What to do? Light on my feet.
Okay, so I guess it doesn't trigger till you get pretty close, so I could have had a couple more turns of duration. Alright, so there's these 3 harpies and then this one back here.
Let's spill some blood.
We've got Astarion. Why are they... Alright, we've got advantage because of Assassinate. And this one is concentrating on the song. Not that that matters because we are calmed, so I'd actually rather it stay trying to sing. Let's kill the one that's behind us if we can. Can Astarion get up here to where he can hit it easily? Always thought that passing the skill check in the dialogue should exempt you from charm. Yeah, I agree. Or something like that. So we've got an 80%. We've got... I guess I'll do the attack against this one. Okay, only 13 damage there. That's okay. Can I Cunning Action hide? Probably not, because we're in bright daylight. So let's actually Cunning Action dash and see if we can get him back up onto the high ground. I should have left him up here, of course, but that's fine. And actually, if I put him here, he's in shadow.
This will do.
And he's dashing very, very slowly. Oh, of course, it showed me the move preview without taking into account the difficult terrain. So that was a mistake. My bad. We could Misty Step up here. We should have... Wait. Oh, we leveled up, so we don't have our free action hex. That's fine, though. We can still re-hex, or we could use Misty Step or Darkness. One thing that I could do here is just cast Darkness on my whole squad, so I'll probably just do that for now. It does mean that we are going to stay in this area. Which isn't ideal, but that's fine. And we will just pass the turn. Astarion is definitely in a little bit of danger here. Because I messed up with his positioning a lot. So that should have been at disadvantage. Because she's in the darkness. Oh no, because the enemy wasn't in darkness. Alright. So Astarion's positioning was really bad here. Let's have Lae'zel jump to here and hit this one. Nice camera. And then, do I want to use Action Surge? Oh, I should have used... Alright. I'm starting to play a little sloppy just because I've been playing and streaming for 4 hours. So I may switch things up after this fight just so we don't throw this whole run by me messing things up and like play a different game for a little bit before the end of the stream. I think I will use Action Surge just to prevent this character from getting another action. So we're going to do that. A bit of a waste to have Lae'zel spend an attack on this character because she's at 4 health. And I'm going to use Precision Attack just to make sure that we actually get this hit. And then she can run forward. Yeah, so my positioning of Astarion has gotten him killed. Wait, saved. Oh, she lost concentration? No, she's still calm. Why is she having to save? Alright, this should not... That's clearly a bug, because she should be immune to Charm. So that's kind of annoying. But we're gonna get a... We're gonna place Shadowheart in the middle of the darkness spell if we can. So I'm gonna have her run up to here. Now, can she... She can't see... Target is too far. Target's too far. Come on. Alright, we have to exit the darkness spell. Well, this is irritatingly buggy. That's okay. So right now Shadowheart can't move or attack, which is kind of dumb because she's blinded in the darkness and she's at the edge of the darkness. So even though that showed her as being outside the effect of the darkness, she's still in it and still suffering the blind and now can't cast her spell. But also isn't receiving the defensive bonuses of darkness. So a little bit of a bug here, but that's okay. This guy's gonna run in, that's fine. Astarion, we probably want to have him disengage into this darkness effect. So let's start by having him cunning action disengage, and then he can at least leave. Or we could have him move up here, actually. That's going to be better. We're just going to accept that Astarion's probably going to go down in this fight. Have him go up to here. There's no way... So I could have my main character... With a bonus action, I could have my main character get into melee here and threaten to allow for a sneak attack. It would mean not casting Hex this turn. 30, 30, 30. Is it worth it to not cast Hex? Basically what I'm considering here is if I have my main character run up to the harpy with a melee weapon equipped, which she has right now, Astarion can then take a sneak attack against that harpy from the high ground for additional damage. Right now he's not getting a sneak attack because he's not hidden and we don't have a bonus action for him. That puts my main character in melee range, which isn't great. I also maybe should just remove concentration on darkness if we're doing that, because it's bugging out Shadowheart, and because she's blinded, enemies are going to get advantage on attacks against her. So this darkness spell did not work the way that I was hoping, but I think we just have to end concentration. And then that means we can concentrate on Hex if we want. Or I could take an attack and use my bonus action to get into melee for the sneak attack. I think that's going to be better. So we're going to attack with Eldritch Blast. Miss, and then we get to jump. And hopefully we have enough range for this. Enough movement speed for this. The preview again is messing us up. Alright, we didn't have enough for that. That's okay, so I will use my bonus action to cast Hex. Everything is going wrong in this fight. I think we're still okay. Let's use an arrow of acid to hit this guy. We can't make a sneak attack, right?
Make it hurt.
10 damage and the acid.
What now?
Oh, interesting. They went not after the, and this one's going after Lae'zel. Alright, so bad target priorities by the enemies here, which is good for us. They decided not to kill Astarion. Yet, obviously. There's still time. Let's go with a precision attack. And then a trip attack. And then do I bonus action heal? We don't really need to. So I will move around to the other side of this harpy. Just we're still threatening it, but that's fine. I could drink a potion of speed here and then get an extra attack against the harpy. If I'm really worried about this combat, it might be worth using that resource. How worried am I about this combat right now? I would say at this point moderately worried, so I am going to use a potion of speed. These aren't free, but they're fairly cheap. So we're going to do that, and then we get an extra attack at advantage against this prone enemy, where we'll go with the lacerate here, and hopefully that just kills it. Trying not to waste my last superiority die. Oh my god. Lae'zel! Attack roll 3. Oh well. So this one is still singing, which is fine. Now, I'm going to let this one keep singing, because we should be immune to it. And we will place this here as a bonus action. And then, if I give advantage against this harpy, Astarion can make an attack. We could also give advantage against this harpy, get Astarion a ranged attack. I think that's going to be better. So we're going to use Guiding Bolt here. Hopefully that hits. Actually, I can make it more likely to hit by getting high ground if possible, but we've already used our bonus action, so we're kind of out of repositioning options on Shadowheart. Alright. Missing a few more shots. That's okay. So now Astarion has has high ground. We could cunning action hide to get advantage on this attack, or we could cunning action hide after the attack. I think we'll get advantage. I really want to drop this harpy if possible. And of course we could always pass the stealth check too. Let's go with a piercing shot actually, and then we can use our sneak attack as well. And so that killed it. Because we rolled max sneak attack damage there. So Astarion pulling his weight, Lae'zel not so much. And then Astarion's just going to back up, I think, just to try to get away from this last harpy. I guess, actually, there he's in danger from this harpy. Well, good luck, Astarion. Which one is hexed currently? Neither of them, so let's hex here. Try to get up onto high ground with this character. We won't be able to yet, so we'll just go with this attack. And I'm moving over here just so we can try to get up onto high ground sooner. This one's gonna get up. Oh, interesting. This harpy skipped its turn. Is that because it's a flying attack? Flying character? It shouldn't have skipped its turn entirely. Should have gotten an action there. Odd, but I'll take it. And we're gonna give Lae'zel one more chance with precision attack. All right, we've hit an attack with Lae'zel. Can we hit a second attack with Lae'zel? That's 2 in a row. If we jump, that will take some damage, so we'll walk down before jumping. I don't really want to take damage on her. It does mean that this is a little harder to reach, but she should be able to get there pretty quickly. This thing is just going to have to wander over here. They get in melee range, which is fine. We're going to have, so 50%, 50%, or just a melee attack for 55%. Let's just have Shadowheart just bonk them. I really wish it took the preview, the difficult terrain, into account in the movement preview. Standing should not use your action. It should use your movement. It should use half your movement.
Time to move.
Let's have him hide so he gets the advantage attack. And then he'll back up to get out of danger again.
No choice but to keep going.
We're going to have Lae'zel run over here and attack.
Let my name be known.
Okay, she hit some attacks this time. And we have done this. Nobody died. We're ready for a long rest.
Are they
gone? They're gone. Are you all right?
Yes. I mean, I don't know. I need to get... Wait, find a boy.
At least things have stayed in.
Yeah, so you can win that fight much more easily with Calm Emotions. If you precast it before the fight, you're immune to the Harpy's song. It's better than using Silence, because it doesn't turn off your spells, of course. And it's also just an easy way to make sure that you don't get caught. I did kind of bait myself by casting Darkness in a bad position there, and also the movement preview got me with Shadowheart's movement, because I thought she'd be able to step out. That camera was really zoomed in there. But that's one of the first run killer fights, I think, probably, for Honor Mode. I'd be surprised if that wasn't a fight that ended a lot of these runs, just because if you fail too many saves and don't know the trick with Calm Emotions, This fight can very easily be instant death. Hey, welcome. Thanks for tuning in. That being said, now that we've done that fight, as you saw and as I said during that fight, I was starting to play pretty badly, and I don't want to lose this run just to like a sloppy mistake because I'm getting tired. It does, you know, it is tiring to both play and converse in the stream.
What's in here?
Ooh, we get 30 XP. Yeah, exactly. They can fly without provoking too, which is really brutal. So they just get to like move in and out of combat. It's a really tough fight, but the calm emotions trick does help a lot with it. I mean, you saw there I made some pretty egregious errors with Astarion, but we still managed, and with my main character as well, we still managed to get it. Whenever you're doing these, whenever you're doing these jumping puzzles, it's better just to separate your party. Because otherwise it takes just forever for them to go back and forth. And we get the Ring of Color Spray, also known as Gale Food. I'm going to try to do as complete a run as possible. Got all this stuff. But because my intention for this playthrough is to use it to showcase like the new Honor Mode boss fights. So I don't know if I'm going to do all of it on stream, or just the bits that are really interesting as boss fights. Honestly, kind of depends on like how these streams do performance-wise and how my time is for this and like energy levels and whatever. Live streaming does take it out of you, to be honest. Especially if you aren't like practiced at it, which I'm not currently. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Definitely see you then. And in fact, I think we are actually wrapping up the stream overall. I was planning to jump in for some Brotato. I will probably try to stream Brotato Endless Mode in the next couple days. But a 4-hour live stream has really drained my energy surprisingly a lot. So I want to say thank you so much for everyone for tuning in. I will definitely be back with more different games as we go. And once again, I really appreciate everybody's support. Thank you so much for the 5,000 subscribers, for your comments, for your likes and everything, and just for being a great community. And yeah, we will be back with more of this. I will either just continue from here in some kind of stream, or we will do a full-on, or I'll skip to the next really interesting moment and do a video of it. Just gonna try to play that one by ear. And thank you so much, everyone. I will catch you next time.